long and winding road. Too many people come and go. The church's walls are made of stone. We all make it home. Tired of trading sunshine for a pocket full of rain. I'm tired of chasing butterflies, getting nothing back.
Oh my!
That was mid-song.
It's
I was
mid-song and it's just us.
Yeah, he's getting to the good part. Come to the show. Like I like that.
I was gonna say, right? We're getting to come to the show. Right? At least we're in the show. We're here. There we go.
There we go. How you doing? Thank you very much.
Oh, look, the sexy voice comes through and everything. So much better than when you're on your phone.
Yeah, it's a little. I had a shower this morning. Everything like I'm looking pretty fabulous. I feel pretty good about myself.
You really are. You really are. It's looking good. It's looking good.
I keep getting told I look like Zorro, so.
Zorro.
You know what? Just a little. It's like a little bit Zorro meets Count of Monte Cristo, and I'm really here for it. I'm really here for it.
I feel like it's good in my life. So if someone calls me Zorro, I'm like, they always have a real handsome dude play Zorro, so I'm like, psh, I'm down. I'm down for the Zorro. And let's be honest.
Pointing your Halloween. That's what I think.
Zorro is the real first Batman, anyway. Let's be honest.
And Batman acknowledges that. What movie were they watching? Zorro.
Exactly.
Oh my God, Bleak. Maybe you can make sense of this for me.
Oh, okay. Let's see what we're making sense of.
I picked up some rando Batman comics yesterday, but this one in particular, this one is seventh printing. Why are there 7 printings of this effing book? Why?
I don't know, but I know that I have like 5 or 6 copies of that fucking thing. What Batman is that? Let me look that up real quick. I just feel
Batman
like they really like Jim Aparo covers, I guess. I don't know.
Jim Aparo covers and Starlin writing. Like, how?
Well, did that come out after McFarlane? Because that's like a McFarlane homage, right?
Dude, I'm just saying, 7 freaking printings from a Yankees book.
Weird.
What are we doing?
That I think came out before.
That came out before, eh? So Todd McFarlane copied that. Interesting.
And like the guy wrote a little note on the back, right? And I was like, well, that seems extreme. And then 7th printing at the bottom. I'm like, holy crap balls, Batman.
I feel like it's a key of some sort, though, and I can't remember what.
Dude, what kind of key that's 7th printing? And I've never heard of this book. I've never in my life was like, oh, Batman 414, the knifing. Like, what? Like, no. Like, why is this book 7 freaking print? What was going on that year?
All right. I'm looking it up. I can't handle it anymore. 414. All right. Number 4.
Right? Like, you agree with me. You're like, oh, that's interesting, but why is this happening?
Yeah, it has to be. There has to be at least no key involved, apparently. There probably is. Key cover price is just stupid sometimes.
I don't care. We got 20 different social media devices to explain this nonsense to us.
Let's see.
It doesn't. Third printing, second printing, third printing aren't just for kids variant. Newsstand, Canadian price variant. Jesus. It doesn't even say 7 printing.
Actually, you know what? I was wrong. So this was definitely it's kind of funny that you bring this book up now, just because this came out in December of '87. So I don't know. I mean, you can go ahead and say who drew it first, but the Wolverine book came out in October of '87.
Interesting. And then
so listen to this. Batman 414 Direct, first printing. I can get a fine copy for $5. All right. Then Batman 414, the multi-pack, which has a barcode, is the first reprint, right? Then 414 newsstand edition, which is still first printing. 414 second printing direct with the bat symbol. 414 third printing direct, comics aren't just for kids. Third printing DC Bullet logo. Fourth printing Batman logo again. How would you even know the difference? Fifth printing comics aren't for kids again.
Yes, yeah.
Sixth printing comics aren't just for kids. Seventh printing comics aren't just for kids. Canadian price variant.
For a $6 book. I don't get it. Was
Yeah, exactly.
Was this book supposed to be like a big deal back in the day? Was this like a huge deal?
I mean, they wanted it to be a big deal. Like this was a story they were pushing for some reason.
Like, is Jim Starlin's run on Batman something that we're all like sleeping on? Like, what?
Oh, wait a minute. All right, I'm sorry. So I stand corrected. So yeah, actually, so before anybody starts talking about printings, isn't that talking about like which one is? So obviously the McFarlane is more famous. However, that came out. The actual publication date was February 10th, 1988. This book predates it.
Yeah,
So so the Hulk, the 340 image thing, yeah, no, Jim Aparo inspired McFarlane, maybe, or maybe not.
No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure the reflection in the knife cover thing goes back a long way.
Well, McFarlane's done a lot. He's done it in Spawn, which was Spawn number. What was it? The one where that crazy dude's holding the knife, and you can see him in the knife as well.
I think it's 37. It's the what's it called? The freak. He's got the boomerang.
Yeah. All right. Let's say hi to some of this chat. Some of these chat people in here before we get too far out of date. Christina Payne, as always, very cool to have you in the chat. Christina, I know you're out there. You're probably my only mod. So if you could drop the the Cancer Society link at some point in time so that people can donate to that. We are going to be having Madam on today and Eddie, the comic guy. They are having a friendly duo. They are auctioning off 2 sketch covers. They each did a cover to Comics Curing Cancer. We're trying to raise as much money as possible for that, obviously. If you don't know about Comics Curing Cancer, check out Rob Fatstacks and Legion of Comics, and it's here right now, so we're doing it. I don't know when that'll happen today, but that's what we're doing. Christina Payne, good to see you, man. John's Comics with Kids, love John. He's one of my favorites. There's me. I love me. I'm also one of my favorites. Good job. ME Comics, what's going on? We got Evil Mike in the chat. How you doing, brother? Good to see you.
Conan the Barbarian 14.
Oh, I like Conan. What's going on with Conan?
No. I'm trying to look up covers with reflections in the blade and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so ChatGPT recommended Conan 14, but it's wrong. There is no reflective blade, but Conan 14 is a banger because Elric appears in Conan.
Nice. Yeah. Conan, when you're a kid, boom. It's lovely. It's nothing but TNA for boys and girls, I would imagine.
if you're doing reflections, I mean, it goes back to Silver Age. I mean, probably beyond that too. But like you have that Daredevil. Daredevil with Doom on it, where you see Daredevil in the reflection of Doom's mask, and then you have I think it's Spider-Man 55 where Doc Ock, Spider-Man appears in the glasses. So
Yeah, but we want reflections in a weapon. That's what I'm looking for.
We got how you doing?
I say like this. I mean, it doesn't matter really who did it first. I think McFarlane.
It matters who did it first. It matters who did it first.
It does now. It does now.
It's on now, bitches. It is on now. All right. Now
you go down that rabbit hole. You find us some stuff. I think. I mean, in the end of it all, I think he did it best, which is why people keep doing it, which is awesome. I love to see that people find inspiration. So even if let's say Aparo didn't inspire him, it's still a cool cover. It's still cool to have. And the fact that book went to 7 printings is something that I don't think a lot of people know. Like I wouldn't have known that.
No.
Yeah, but it's just so weird because like I don't know what was going on in that era. Apparently, this multi-pack thing that I'm under the radar on pumped out a whole bunch of printings.
Yeah.
Check out Circumstances every Tuesday for the FOC and chill. What do we got going on? Dan's Comic Corner. Good morning. Good to see everybody. Thanks for popping in. We're almost at the end of this, I think.
Yeah.
Hey, Boston. He's also one of my favorites. Hi, Boston. How you doing, buddy?
I hate that guy. Fuck him. That's the whole reason I typed in the chat. I wanted to sit there and he's like, I love that guy. I love this one. I'm like, I hate that guy. He's a jerk.
He's a big jerk face.
And Boston Chris Comics and his dumb Celtics jersey.
I
With his
love you
stupid
too, buddy. I
face.
love you too,
I
man.
know.
Yeah. No, excellent. Everybody's awesome. It's true.
Mike Grell loved to draw Batman being attacked by a vampire. That's for sure.
Mike Grill has one of the prettiest signatures in all of comics. I'll say that much. If you ever get a chance to meet him, get him to sign something. He's got a gorgeous signature.
Yeah, I need to meet him again, and I love him so much. And it's, you know what, it sucks when you meet someone the first time, but you're so woefully unprepared and your brain can't handle what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my Mike Grell experience.
Yeah, no, it happens. I try my best to actually. I think there's nothing sadder than when you go up to the front and you know, and you, especially if you get caught in conversation with other people in the line, and then it's your turn, you're like all fumbling around trying to like get the books out of the bag and everything like that, and then the artist's just sitting there.
You're like, oh my god, what am I doing here? Oh my god!
Yep.
Oh,
I learned after getting a couple of looks, like, all right, have them out first, and then you give it to them, and then and then they want to talk to you.
No, you know what's bad? I tried to interview, and I did successfully interview, but I was really fumbling. Oh my god, what is his name? He's a British artist, Mike McCone, right?
Mm.
It's not even my first time meeting Mike McCone, but Mike McCone doesn't really remember me, so we're just chit-chatting, and I am really fumbling. I'm like, okay. And he's like, is this a bit that you two guys do? I'm like, it's not a bit. I'm diabetic, and I didn't have my meds for 2 days because there's a problem with my refills. I'm just having a moment. I am so sorry, Mike. And he's like, oh, okay. And then we had a lovely time.
You continue having that moment for a second. I'm going to bring out somebody. Not with his usual, but
well, it's a pleasure not to come out screaming at the kids. Hi, Cliff. Hi, Boston. And hello,
Hi.
Mr. Bleak. How are you gentlemen today?
very well.
I love that very Disney-fied intro that you received this morning, Step Up.
Like, I don't, but that's okay.
Well, like I said, it's the old guy shaking the rake. You know, I mean, that's the sort of. Boston, I wanted to thank you for having my back yesterday.
Oh yeah.
It was the end actually for me to participate with their auctions, and I'm very sad about it, but that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, I was, and I meant that. Like, I was genuinely cheering for you to get the book, just because I was like, oh, this is fun. Like I want to cheer for my friend to get a book. And then when I saw how that kind of transpired and how it happened, I was like, dude, that's crazy. And then so I was like, all right, well, let me find out legitimately like what actually happened. And they didn't want to answer me at first. It seemed like they were just kind of like, you know, and I think they think I was trolling. I was like, no, I'm sick. Like, I don't know what this is.
I saw it. He says, no, I'm in earnest. What is this? Right. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever heard of that? I never have, but like, I'm not saying I know the be all and end all of auctions. I've just never heard of the.
No, I'll tell you what it's supposed to be.
That weird thing.
Now, theoretically, let's say some guy has a group of 8 to 10 books, and they're going through it, and the bidding is occurring, and then he'll come to a book that is a confusing book, okay, of some sort. And then when they say, well, then they put an underbid, then that gives them more time to figure out what's going on with that book, whether they want to bid. They didn't necessarily want to bid more, and you can't bid the same amount. You either have to bid more or much more. So this is the raison d'etre for it, raison d'etre. Now, what happens is this. If you have one book you are selling, just one, and it's the first Gambit that's signed by Chris Claremont, there is very little doubt what you are bidding on. I mean, it's a pretty. I couldn't be clearer if I was a button hook in the well water. But the idea, then what happens is this: you have people who are jealous and are marplots. And so what they will do, and they know they get me with this, because I've had at least 3 different bidders use this against me. And this last time, and I've argued with Matt Taylor, MT. Now, don't get me wrong, I like Matt a lot. I got some great books from him, Paul, and a lot of the guys. I mean, I like them. I really do. They're good guys. But what happens is there are buyers who will take advantage of the rules to try to, for whatever nefarious ends they want. For example, if they're jealous the fact that I win these auctions because I'm prepared to put my money, after a book, and what they want to do is would like to buy it considerably cheaper. I understand that too. But if I'm after a book that's rare and tough to get, I'm going to try and go and get it. I mean, and so I'm bidding along. And this guy named Brewfront. Now, Brewfront is a guy who is one of the sellers, and he's one of these guys that has a microphone turned to 104. Everybody else has their microphone set at 55. So it's like you have everybody conversational, and then you have this guy comes in and it's like the Graf Zeppelin is landing.
Yeah.
And so I said, Brew, buddy, could you just turn your mic down a hair? And then he comes back in the chat and he says, well, just turn your volume down. And I'm going, I said, okay. Well, anyway, evidently he took umbrage to that. The fact that I just asked him to ask the unthinkable is just dial the microphone down a bit. So to get at me, he put an underbid on this first Gambit.
Stephen, I did not mean to interrupt you.
Oh, sorry.
But Matt Likes Comics has donated.
Oh, $15 this time.
Yeah, man, and that's pretty freaking awesome. So,
Mr. Matt, what a stand-up guy.
He really is.
Matt, I don't care what they say about you. You're a good man.
You know what? I don't care what his friends say about him. I like him, and that's all that's important.
Oh, what did his friends say about it? Okay, that's good. Lump us all together.
Appreciate you, Matt. Thanks very much, brother. You are awesome.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, the long and the short of it, I mean, to wrap this thing up somewhat, this guy came in and underbid me. Well, he didn't come in to underbid to bid.
No.
Hi, Christina. What he did was he came in to bid to fork me. And then what that does is this: if you don't, right in the neck. And so what it is if someone wants to have more time or give somebody else more time to sink the person bidding. I had won the bid. I'd won the book for $310, which is well below. And what I was going to do is I was going to probably have it slabbed and then flip it, make a couple $100 and still have a book that someone could buy reasonably.
Wait, you were going to flip a comic book, Stephen?
Well, I already have a 9.8 of it. And so, I mean, it's not like I don't want to be greedy, but I would go to the trouble to have it slabbed for someone to have a signed copy. And I would not ask an arm and a leg. I'd just make $100 or something like that, and someone would get a good deal. Yeah. And so what happens is that gives someone else a chance who's on the fence, thinking about it, and either two things will happen. One, it'll cost me a lot more to buy the book, or number two, I will be outbid after I already won the auction.
Yep.
Now, to me, that doesn't seem particularly fair that someone who is not bidding can come in and stop the whole thing, give other people more time to screw me over, which is
Yeah.
what this plot was. And this is the third time that this has happened to me with this thing. I won't say who the other two guys are, but it's these these three people take umbrage to me buying books, maybe because they can't buy the books or they're not ready to buy the books or whatever the problem is. But bottom line is that they're coming in to sink me. Now, if I'm spending hundreds of dollars on a book, is this a fun way to remember the book or enjoy an auction? The answer is no. I wouldn't. Why would I put myself through that? And I talked to Matt. After the first time it happened. I was incensed by it, and I talked to him. Then it happened again, and then I again in not as vociferously, but I made my point. And this time I voted with my feet, and then that was what I did. I said, well. And then the guys are saying, well, it's in the rules. Well, I see it's in the rules, but just because it's in the rules doesn't make it a fair rule. I've been at professional auctions where I bought various things before, object to art and clocks and things like that. And I've never heard of this thing, and this is for stupid funny books.
You know where that's not in the rules, Stephen? It's not in the rules at a Band of Brothers auction, which will be happening next Saturday.
Don't you know that's the first thing that that's the first thing that Hoodad said. By the way, Steve, Band of Brothers is coming.
This weekend.
I know. The consummate salesman,
This weekend, no underbids. It's all good in the hood. You just gotta come. You gotta have some fun. There's great books. Look at these books. They're amazing.
I want you to know, and I think most people understand this, right? Is an underbidder wins in a traditional auction if the winning bidder defaults.
That's the other way. Thank you.
That is the only way. I want you to know, because
Yes.
this is official auctioning breakdown. And for those who don't know, Paul of Power of X-Men is a professional auctioneer. So I am getting it straight. All right, people. So that's how it should work. Everyone learn a lesson.
Yeah, no,
Thank
and
you.
that's
Your
cool.
point
It's
is very well taken. That's
it's just
exactly
that,
right.
like, and watching this, and I mean that was my first time actually watching it. So I'm sitting, and again, I was just sharing step one to buy a book just because it's like I don't really know many of the other people. So I think the only other person that was buying that I knew was Archangel, and Archangel I haven't seen in years and years. So it's just like he used to be on YouTube a lot more, but then he kind of stopped. And he's funny because like when he first came on and he was first doing content, it was him and his wife, and they were doing all like indie books. Like they were just completely indie. And now he buys a bunch of different stuff. So cool. And I was like, oh, cool, he's in there. But then I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna cheer on Steppo. And then when I saw that, I was like, I didn't know what it was. And then but I knew the intent, because I mean, Steppo, if you ever watch him in an auction and somebody does try to get him, at the last seconds, it's never someone that's like, all right, I'm gonna battle you right from the get-go. No. It's always somebody that waits until like, oh, there's 3.5 seconds left. Let me go ahead and put a bid in. So Steppo's basically pulling his wallet out at that point. He's like, another bid.
If I'm gonna fight, if I'm gonna fight for a book, I'm gonna wait that all the chum leaves the pond, and then
I understand that too.
No. That's fine.
And then I'll come in at the last.
That's not what this was. What he's describing.
No.
That's not what Chris is describing.
I understand that too. But it's always someone who tries to snipe and do like that. So, but it's like they wait and Steven will react and be like, oh, come on, guys, really? Because then it's like I thought this was it, and now all right, and then he'll probably spar back and forth a couple more times. But this one, I knew when I saw it, I was just like, this doesn't seem right. I was just like, and then of course, like he underbid and then didn't say another word, didn't say fold, didn't say anything else, didn't say anything. Like I was like, so this was done on purpose to put another 30 seconds on, and then someone bid up, or someone else bid, and it was $5 more than Steppo put. And then so some people are like, oh, you left over $5. It's out of principle. And I knew that as soon as I saw it. I was like, dude, I would do the same thing. I'd be like, because I mean, in the end of it all, and Steppo put in a message saying like I was willing to go to this much money for this book. So
$500. I was ready to go to $500.
And he just basically told me, he's like you just lost money, and it's not somebody that you don't watch a lot. It's someone that you do, because when you show us books, like, oh, I got this, you tell us the sources of the online auctions that you get the stuff from if you buy it from online. So it's like, yeah, I've heard these names before, I know this, and so I'm sure that they were kind of, just like, oh, like you can't be serious that you're gonna leave over this. But yeah, no, it's over, it's done. And and that's what I said to you last night, is they're lost. I mean, just because you got to treat people the right way sometimes, and I think that was kind of I mean, and I get it's the rules of the game and everything else, but maybe unless the guy's serious, maybe you don't honor that. I don't know. I mean, I know that I would upset.
Well, the guy, the fellow that was in charge at that point didn't want to take it. He says that bid is below the current bid. I don't accept that bid. And then one of the wags in the thing said, "Oh no, that's an underbid."
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then they started this, and the minute they started whining on this, I went, "Okay, brother, that's it. I'm out." And then I said, "See you later. I'm gone. I'm anybody pulls that trick on me, I'm going to leave." And God knows there are about 8 million ways for me to all of us to spend money. I said I can go to my comic shop or eBay or be here on Band of Brothers.
Hey, you didn't even ding the bell.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What the
Who
hell?
rang that bell?
You didn't even ding the bell.
It's like, but what I like to do is I like to buy from friends, because I'd like to help a friend get, I mean, it's some Tom, Dick, or Harry. That's, okay, if that's the only way I could find one. But if I've got a friend who's trying to sell something to go after something else or needs the money, I'd like to help a friend. And that's what I'm doing here. I have nothing ill to say.
Boston's going to help a friend. I'm going to send Boston this book, and he's going to get it signed for me at Heroes Con. So,
and then on to slabbing, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think so.
You have to for that one.
It's a pretty high grade copy. So
anyway, that's my axe grinding. But I was hoping, Chris, you would be on, because it was so much fun. I'm bidding, and he says, and then when they start to, hi Chonko, when they started to bid up, he says, "Hey, don't be bidding on Steppo's book. Hey," he's coming in from the side, and I'm kind of going, "All right, Boston Chris, I'm like in my corner, baby." And then they pulled that on me. So I have nothing bad to say about Matt or any of the guys there. I think that the rule is not a good rule, and until it's gone, then I will participate in other auctions, because I will not put myself in a position. And even if I did win, when someone does that to me, it just takes the blush off the rose. It doesn't. Yeah. Then every time you look at that book and you go, "Oh, great, that wasn't fun at all." And if you're going to spend the money and get a nice book, it should be fun. It shouldn't be like running a gauntlet for something. Anyway, that's the way I look at it.
I will say this though, and I know, I mean, by that time you were gone, and it's just like, and MT had a book that I know you would have bid. He had an Avengers 57 that looked about to be like an 8.5 or something like that, and it looked good. And then Hood had actually made the comment. He's like, Steppo actually got rid of one of those to get something else. He's like, he probably would have bought that. He's like, he probably would have went ahead and did that. And this guy it just so happened that everything transpired before that, and I was just like, I mean, you have to know your customers, and you have to not, kind of throw them under the bus like that. Like when you do that, it's just like, all right, well, I mean, it takes a long time to build a rapport. It takes 1 second to destroy it.
You just got to be fair, man. That's all. You just got to be fair.
Yeah.
I think that's it. And so again, I have nothing ill to say about the guys. They just have a rule there that they put in to try to be fair. And there are people who would use it as a weapon rather than as a tool towards trying to buy a book. But there's no question that what Cliff said is exactly the correct answer. And that is, if you're the underbidder on the Fabergé egg and you can't go any higher, and some guy bilges to try and hornswoggle it, and then they call him out on it, then the underbidder gets the Fabergé egg.
Yeah.
And then that's the way it should be. Then that's like, I gave my best shot. Oh, and I end up getting it. That's great. But this is something else. This is nefarious. So
Yeah.
anyway,
Yeah.
I've played my violin sufficiently. I've ground my axe.
Yeah. And I hope, I hope that maybe they look into that rule a little more, and then maybe revamp it so
Oh,
it's just like,
absolutely.
don't use it as don't use it as a gotcha to try to take something from somebody else. That's the way I see it. But again, like I don't have any. Oh, I just didn't know what it was, and then they tell me like, oh, it's in the
Well, the
beginning of the
first
rules, the beginning of the
I
video.
know the
was like,
first time you asked it, they thought that it was a troll, and then the
Yeah.
second time I saw your comment, you come in. No, I'm in earnest. I said, what? I don't understand this. What's supposed to
Yeah.
happen?
Well-
And then they gave the bromide. Shortly after, and I had some of the guys all calling me or direct messaging me, going, "Oh, please,
I
please
know.
don't."
I fucking knew that one.
I know we knew who'd I call that initially. Like he saw that like a couple people's thing went to just the like they muted their camera, so it was like this. And like, they're probably messaging and talking to Steppo because he is who that sent you messages to, because we both were watching and we both saw it, and so I know that we both were like, dude, that stinks. And he's like, and who that was like, he's like, I bet you. He's like, it's taking him a little bit to respond back to me. He's like, I bet you they're trying to tell him like, oh, come back, no, don't let this be the end. Come on. And I'm like, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it, just because the fact is like, when someone's seriously walking away, that's a great customer. So it's like you're gonna be like, look, dude. Like don't let it end like this. Come on, please. So to just revamp that a little bit, and maybe stuff will come back. But until that,
YouTube
I just
people,
think
I'd rather not do that. I don't like to publicly outcast people, but if you were
I'm not
watching,
outcasting anybody.
but what I do,
Yeah.
what we are doing, we do like telling people to be fair in their auctions.
No, and
Yeah.
again, I can't say this any clearer. I really, really like Matt,
Yeah,
and I like the other guys. They just got a bad rule.
yeah,
And
Yeah.
I mean, and I want them to look at it. I don't care for what happened, not because of them, but because of someone who tried to take advantage to game it on
Yeah.
me and to get at me. And if that is a weapon that can be used by people that have no intention of that, then that is, see, there you go. Hello, beautiful, says beautiful.
Madam is one of the people in this duel today. We're going to be having an auction on curing cancer. Madam has drawn a cover, and Eddie, the comic guy, has drawn a cover. They're putting both books up for auction. And,
Where at?
they'll be here. I'm not exactly sure when, but they'll be here. The two books that you see on the thumbnail, those are the books that'll be up for auction. And the way the auction works is you donate directly to the Cancer Society, and then you send proof of donation to Madam or somebody in charge. I'm not in charge. Don't send me anything, please. But regardless, send proof.
That's not what you told me.
Send proof of donation, and you get the book. So depending on who wins. So that's pretty cool.
Yes.
No, I don't want any kind of fallout. I just
No, me neither.
I bought a lot of. I like the guys a lot. I really do. This is a principle. This is when principle rears this ugly head. That's all.
Yeah, and I say the same thing. I think that really it's just once they smooth it, it's just kind of a bump in the road thing. They'll probably smooth it over. Steppo will be back. Everything will be all right. It's just just trying to get that evened out so that it's fair for everybody. That's all.
Exactly. I don't want to burn them down. I like them too much for that. I really do.
Yeah.
Just a bad rule.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. I was just trying to a friend. I'm not mad at these guys. I like, how dare you? I'm just kind of like, I just didn't think that was cool. That's all.
I can assure you, this is not a drama stream.
No. It
It is for me. To speak for yourself.
Actually, I was actually curious. I wanted to ask because Cliff, you went to the comic swap yesterday, 3 Minute in the Basement comic swap. You showed us one book. Did you come back with anything else? And
All right,
Steppo,
so let's see how Cliff spent $160 at a comic swap.
Oh, let's
Yeah.
see.
Very good.
because you know what, I want Steppo to come across the country for this one year, just to kind of come out and check it out.
So, and by the way, I wasn't even trying hard. Steppo, you would love it because you want to talk about there were deals to be had. So you would have loved it. And it's small, but it's very friendly. And then everybody goes out to dinner, and then they all go to karaoke after that. And I wish I could have stuck around for all of it.
Cool.
So this $2 Raven the Bold Whitman, because it was unmarked, and the guy was like, just give me $2 for it. And I'm like, okay.
That's a good book.
This I got for $3, and it's just such a gorgeous Perez cover
It is.
that like I just want to snatch it up. I love this. Like, talk about covers I want homage. This is homage worthy. It's beautiful.
Yes.
All right. Some 50 centers.
Oh.
Oh, you went diving, eh?
I did.
Nice.
Those are all good. You like that one, I can tell.
Well, for 50 cents, my man. I mean,
How can you go wrong?
Exactly.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
Snatch out all the Perez.
Oh, well, yeah, because I figured they'll make good giveaway books, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Then these are some dollar books.
Oh, I love the Thor. I'm a big
Nice.
Oh, that's amazing.
And Fire Lord, baby.
yeah. Thor's my
There you
dude.
go.
Who's that guy that he's fighting? I'm a little vague.
Yeah, that's hilarious. It's the Fury of the Forgotten Hero.
Okay.
That's why Stepple
I'm like,
forgot.
yeah, exactly. That's so funny. You're like, I'm a little. It's the Forgotten Hero.
Can't quite put my finger on who that is. Oh, there you go.
And I needed this, to go with this.
Yeah, the
Wow.
origin. The
So you
origin.
can read it. So you can actually read the
I
book.
can actually enjoy the book, right?
I do that
Yeah.
too.
Bleak has a very expensive version of that book.
I have a really expensive version of that book.
There you go.
Oh, do you have the white? Do you have the white one? Do you have the
Yeah.
white one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh.
He found it actually. He just going through boxes, pulled it out, and I was like, I think that's an error, dude. I don't think it's supposed to be that way. And he was right.
you were right, Boston. You were right. Oh my God, I sounded like Darth Vader there. You were right, Luke. You were right. There's still good in me.
Oh, he's not done yet. He's still picking stuff up.
He's
I mean,
minute to that.
Yeah, you
Man.
said $150. So I mean, we're looking at this right now, and you
You
150.
even got a Thunder Crazies with you.
At least this many books. Oh wow, where's
That was from the Superboy series. That's the Superboy series.
Yep, there's Stacey Haydock and Gerard Christopher on the cover.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Glenn would be all over that one. Good stuff there.
So you want to know something funny? Like, I'm not collecting Thor. I'm not collecting stuff. Like, my goals are my goal for this year is like very Legion superhero centric. But when you go to those bins that are like 15 for $10, 25 for 50, when you have one of those things and you need to rack up extra stuff, Thor and Submariner are my go-to, and Avengers are my go-to stack up on the extra stuff to get the deal. So that's how I end up with extra Thor love.
Oh,
I love
nice. I like
Hela.
that.
I really like Hela.
Yeah. Now these were 6 books for $20.
Oh, Dormammu on that cover, nice. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Dead man. Dead man.
Oh, Adam Strange.
Adam Strange is one of my favorite characters of all time. Silver Age. Infantino. Just great stuff.
And it's just such an evoking cover, and I love how the mist hand crosses right into the
Into trade dress. I love that. Break that window.
Yeah.
of the 6 for $20.
There you go.
Oh, nice. The demon's great.
Right?
Nice.
Yeah.
Kirby.
My God. And my God.
Yes, nice stuff.
Good stuff.
And I had just passed both these books up because some guy was trying to sell them for $10 a piece in similar. This one, the same condition, I can guarantee it. This one is worse off for wear, but still, I got this as part of 6 for $20.
Can't go wrong with that.
Very happy. Now we go into a bunch of books that I bought from Broke Boy, and they were $3 comics, and he just shoved them all together in a lot for $20 for me. So we got Batman 403.
Oh, there you go.
Is there 12 copies of that or 17?
This is second print with the bat sticker.
Okay,
Gotcha.
this second printings.
Yeah,
Interesting.
this one is actually first print, newsstand. My God.
Yeah.
Always like that cover.
Pink, yeah.
Right,
Pink.
such a great cover. This one is actually this one's just second print, but still we're in there.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Man.
This one is seventh print.
I don't.
Seventh.
Freaking
Why? But why?
no one knows why. There's no good reason for this. And I couldn't believe it. So I opened it.
What is that? It's hard for me to read that, Bobby. It's
Seventh printing. There it
Seventh
is.
printing, right at the bottom.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
I've never even heard of a seventh printing of a Batman book, ever.
Hold on one second, Cliff. We got someone entering the fray here. If I can just find something for this wonderful human being. There she is.
You stay here, I'll handle this.
Madam, how you doing today? I see you're in your car. Oh, we had her, we lost her. It was good. It was good while the fun lasted.
By the way, did Wonder Woman barely walk away from someone holding her coffee and transform?
Yeah, she's just hold this. I'm just gonna go into this little corner over here.
That is the most casual Diana transformation. I need to go rewatch this shit. Was she in the know? Was she? In the
Yes, I believe she was in
because
the
I was like, hold my coffee, Wonder Woman. Like, what?
Yeah, I remember that.
Also, second printing, but Batman was really into knives. You know?
There's a lot of knives going on in the second and third and seventh prints for a run that really I don't understand, but okay.
I don't even understand.
I remember that cover.
Yeah, and it's a very Jason Todd cover.
Yep.
And now we go into an era of comics that I very much enjoyed, and I will always blame DC editorial. So this is, you need issue 700 in case anybody cares. You need issue 700. But this is R.I.P. The Missing Chapter. If you read R.I.P. and you read Final Crisis, which were all written by Morrison, and this is written by Morrison, you may have found it a jumbled and convoluted mess. Yes, Steph is back.
Sorry. I think it's okay now.
We had you, we lost you, we have you again, and we're very happy with that.
Oh no, Spotty.
Dead zone.
No, you're good, you're good.
Okay.
So now there was a whole bunch of things happening, and I know fan reactions to both series were not good. And mysteriously, Grant Morrison had an emergency and could not appear at Comic-Con. I know damn well, and editorial interference ruined everything. But if you pick up Batman 700, 701, and 702, you get R.I.P. The Missing Chapters, and he makes sense of all the crap that occurred between R.I.P. and Final Crisis. And it's really good because it picks up the slack hard on those books. And of course, here is 702.
Great cover.
Yeah,
Nice cover.
that's really nice.
And then we get into 703, where the prelude to Bruce Wayne: A Road Home begins, where Tim, of course, is the one who's like, nope, Bruce is out there. I'm going to find him. None of you are listening to me. And Batman, of course, is reincarnating through time. And, it all comes together. And then we get some Batman Incorporated. Actually, so there's Batman 74, but the beginning, Batman Incorporated starts to unfold in these issues. Tony Daniel art, by the way, people, like, stop sleeping on this run.
Batman R.I.P. by Morrison is a really good story. TM loves Mr. Morrison.
And now these were $5 books that I got from 3 Men in the Basement. And of course, it's because of my childhood. In my childhood, it took me years to find one copy of these comics. And just to see them there sitting for $5, I had to buy them. So, of course, part 1 of The Death of Superboy.
Oh, my goodness. I think Matt's having a happy dance over there, probably.
And part 4 and the conclusion of The Death of Superboy.
Yeah. Nice.
And these are still probably better quality than the one that I have. And when I found this for the first time and paid $12 for the not beaten up copy, but like not perfect copy. But it was at a local signing of the Alpha Flight issue of Star coming out. And while I'm there talking to Scott Liddell, I see this hanging on the wall, and I went home, cried to my mother, and she went back there with me so I could get this. Because
Thanks, Mom.
Oh yeah, Mom's the best. I have been looking for it forever.
Now, speaking of Matt, I think Matt's having a 400 celebration tonight, I believe, at 6 o'clock.
Is he?
Matt from Heroes for Hire Club, yes.
Yeah.
I think he's starting at 6 p.m., but maybe the festivities begin at 7.
Okay, all right. Festivities. Check it out.
How many of you know the actual special guest star in this issue?
I don't.
Steven?
I do not.
It's Superman.
Oh.
So Superman does not share cover with Batman on any of the Brave and the Bold, right? When Batman takes over the book, right? So it's really funny. And in Superman Comics Presents, Batman only appears when it's Superman and Batman and the Outsiders. I always found that funny. This was also in that lot.
Okay.
I grabbed it just because it's McFarlane, it's a newsie, why not?
Todd Spidey, absolutely.
Todd Spidey newsies, snatch it.
Yeah.
And now these were $3 each.
Oh, we're moving up in the world here. Moving on up. $3 a piece.
Yep.
You did some really good digging.
Oh, I really did.
More Thor, lovely. 25 centers, nice.
Yeah, man.
This one was $10 from a gentleman who said, "Oh, just take a picture and put it on social media because people lose my cards all the time." So if you go to my Instagram, you will see all of that gentleman's information. So this was $10. It's the first appearance of Clark Kent's office nemesis, Steve Lombard, who will appear in the movie.
Oh, okay.
And he is in My Adventures with Superman. So, I mean, that if anyone cares about Superman's office pals, here you go. This is when Lobo shows up in Legion, right?
Yeah, I think I have all that Lobo stuff.
Right. Now, and everyone's like, "Cliff, why are you buying these 50 centers?" I was like, if Lobo explodes, this 50 center is going to be on top 10s, right?
Oh, yeah,
Speaking of 50 centers that are going to be on top 10s, what's special about this an issue after? What's special about issue 6?
Lay it on me.
This is when he gets neutered. This is when Vril Dox takes away his ability to replicate from his blood.
Oh.
And then this is Stealth. And Stealth is committing the hard R here to Vril Dox.
Whoa.
And will later, because her species has a mating period.
Okay.
And so she's not in control of herself.
Is she from Vulcan?
No.
Yeah, that's it.
And so that happens, and then they give birth to a diabolical super genius son. Yay.
And say TM is in the chat, and he's looking. I know he's drooling over these Legion books. He probably has them, but he loves himself some Legion. So,
yep. And then, of course, more Lobo in the Legion. And then one of my favorites, FaZe mysteriously shows up with no recollection of who she is, only for us to later find out that she is part of Phantom Girl because Phantom Girl had a teleporter accident and she did not know that she was half of the race of Triplicate Girl, and the teleporter accident triggered that part of her DNA that made her split. So one version of her went into the past, one version of her became a phantom that remained in the 30th century, and then I guess they never found the third one because, of course, DC rebooted again.
Who wrote that one? Who wrote that story?
Keith Giffen.
Okay, Keith Giffen. Okay.
Yep.
He knew what was up. Now, what's special about this Avengers book from the Kurt Busiek, George Perez run?
It's I don't know, the Spider-Man kiss upside down. I'm not sure what's
No, first man-on-man kiss in Marvel Comics.
Oh, okay.
Beast sees his pal Simon, and he's all excited, and he leaps across the room and gives him a big wet one on the mouth. And it took forever for us to get here to that. Forever. Guess who did this cover?
Yeah.
Adam Hughes.
Adam Hughes is correct. Early Adam
Good
Hughes.
call. Good call.
A little more valor. It's all part of Dead on Arrival. This is so sad. When I read Dead on Arrival, they're like the Legion, Valor, like everyone is struggling to keep the timeline together, unbeknownst to them that Parallax is effing everything up, and it's all going to be for nothing.
Formerly known as Triplicate Girl.
Triplicate Girl, yes.
Teams on the DC. Oh, that's a good cover.
RDOA. And many of these issues went into second print, by the way. And the second print is easy to note because up here it'll have the Roman numeral 2, and that's it.
Now, Cliff, as I remember, Computo killed one of the Triplicate Girl's triples.
Right, which I actually saw at the show, and I explained it to somebody. He kills one of her triples. Normally, that would kill anyone from her race, but it didn't kill her. And the very next issue of Adventure Comics, she becomes Dual Damsel.
Right.
Is that
how is she Triplicate Girl again, or is she still Duo Damsel?
No, she's currently, the last version is Triplicate Girl because, again, we've rebooted. So every time there's a reboot...
Okay, the reboot brought her back. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Was that just another Adam Hughes cover that you were holding up just a second ago?
This one?
Yeah, I think it is. I say that because the way that he draws the female, I'm pretty sure that might be. I could be wrong.
Is it signed? It looks like
No,
it's got
not
a signature.
Nah, nothing that exciting.
Oh, it looks like it's part of his utility belt or whatever there. Yeah.
Yes. But I'm pretty sure this is not Hughes.
No?
That was 40 years ago. Yeah.
I know, this is so long ago. This was August of, oh my God, 94?
God dang it all, man.
Oh my Lord. I was picking this up off the rack as a child. What happened?
94? I was actually probably touching racks.
Yep, 94. No mention of who did the cover. But you know, it's a shame because Hughes is so much better now. Let's be very clear.
Yeah.
I do have a Valor cover that he did that I think is excellent. This one is Terry Dodson, by the way, with not Rachel, but Chuck Austin. Not Chuck Austin, Terry Austin.
There he is. Oh, maybe that's why I thought
what a difference. Then he went with Rachel. What a difference.
Tremendous. And also such a long time ago, too. You know? Like, the evolution has taken place. And then, of course, we got this bad boy.
More than.
And then this was the comic that they gave out at the door.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
You know, it's one of the heftier free comic book day books. So yeah.
Yeah. Gundam. He loved
Then
Gundam.
I participated in the raffle there. There was only 2 books I wanted, and they were slabbed. And I bought all these raffle tickets.
Yep.
and I put them in two different slabs. And oh wait, did I show you guys this? Hold on. And this, I forgot. This.
yeah. That's when you find out
That's a great
Spider-Man
one.
is like he's like an assassin. Yeah, I remember that story.
And he's murderous in the new Spider-Verse versus Venomverse. He gets the first kill in the first issue.
Yeah.
All right, so there's that. So then I participated in this thing.
No. And BLC has been hyping this raffle one for a while. He keeps telling me, wait for the end, the raffle. You got to see the raffle.
Right. So at the raffle, so BLC also participates in the raffle. He rubs my belly for luck, and I'm like, "There's only 2 books I want." Last year I won nothing, and I spent almost as much money, and I got nothing. This other dude beat my ass, he beat everybody's ass in the raffle, and that dude happens to be the last guy I spent money with this show, which is funny, right? So anyhow, BLC gives me the big old rub. BLC wins three.
Oh my goodness.
He wins double Darth Maul action figures from the very first release of Darth Maul.
Nice.
Right? He wins 2 Spider-Man bomb slabs, which I didn't even dare go near because there were so many tickets in the bag. I was like, I can't do it. So I went for the 2 that I wanted. There was a gentle amount of tickets for one of them, so I put 10 in. And it was actually my second win. Raffle number 11. Nice. The
That's
first Spider Armor, and it's signed by Ron Garney.
That's a beauty.
And then my remaining raffle tickets, with the last $40 I had to spend, I won this gorgeous item number 3 on the raffle table, signed by the legend Alex Ross himself.
Oh.
Wow.
You had me at Ross, buddy. You had me at Ross. That's beautiful.
You did good.
I did great. So once again, if I can pick it up. So this is how I did for $160 yesterday.
That's what I'm talking about. That's crazy.
That is a hell of a $160 pile you got there.
Right. So Steppo, imagine if you came for a visit, the damage you could do at this place. You would love it.
And that's what I meant. And thank you for showing all that stuff, and great pickups. But like Steppo, we got to get you out here because that swap. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that's great out here, but the swap is a really fun time. You get to meet a lot of people in the community. Lunch money goes to that too. So you. Let me blow up lunch money spot. Guess what he walked away with a raw copy of yesterday in beautiful condition.
You're going to have to give us more clues than that. There's a million comic books.
Wait a minute.
His favorite X-Man is Nightcrawler.
Yes. All right. Wait a minute. Because I'm trying to figure out a Nightcrawler book that would be significant. I can't. All right. I can't fathom that it would have been a
Nightcrawler book there is.
Giant size.
I was gonna say I can't say. It has to be a giant size.
He came back. He came out with a giant size.
With a gorgeous raw giant size X-Men.
Where is the swap located?
Yes, so it's once a year in Newington, Connecticut, at Angry Hair, where you can get a tattoo and buy comics all in one place.
Everybody gets. I mean, it's strange that tattooing has become such a part of comic culture at conventions and stuff.
Yeah,
so, I mean, but it's true.
Do you prefer Monel or Valor, Cliff?
It's a whole crazy experience, man.
I like the Monel Valor hybrid. What's his name? God, he worked on Starman. The big Starman run is his.
Starman waiting in the wings.
TM will probably help you with that because I don't really know.
Yeah, it's a TM question.
Oh my God! Come on, Robinson, James Robinson. So James Robinson was writing Superman, and then he fused the Valor story and the Monel story together while he was working on Superman, and I thought that was really cool. And you know what I really love? Something I love about James Robinson. James Robinson was actually reading the other Superman titles while he was writing his own book, and he went to He went to Jamal Igle and Sterling Gates. He went to Jamal Igle and Sterling Gates. And I was at a con, and they're sitting together because they're signing Supergirl. And James comes over, and I actually had James sign my crypto book. And he tells them, I see what you guys are doing on Supergirl, and I love everything you guys are doing over there. And I'll tell you why this impressed me. Because so few comic book writers, I find, are reading anyone else's work or keeping tabs on it. But he knew they were going to cross over, and they hadn't even announced a crossover. He just knew it would be coming, and he was reading their book and keeping tabs on what they were doing because DC had already sent him curveballs on what he could be doing, and he wanted to make sure he was on track for the crossover so he could make as much sense of it as possible.
That's good.
But he loved what they were doing, and I was glowing to be there in that moment. And then I saw him on a panel, and somebody was criticizing him for his use of Bullock and on Detective Comics, Bullock and Gordon, right? And he's like, "Oh, I don't understand how Bullock got demoted to detective, blah blah blah." And he's like, "Yeah, if you read issue 6, blah blah blah, I explained the entire thing in that issue, and that was it. It was great." He's a bit of a crazy man, but I love him. I love Sterling. I love Jamal. I love you guys, but I actually have to go because my mom and I are going to a memorial brunch because life is sad, so we do brunch.
God dang it all, that fire.
Well, I hope it's a good brunch and fond memories of the person that's gone.
It's gonna be a beautiful brunch. It's at this bar/restaurant. There's gonna be a live band playing the woman's favorite music. Her daughter has arranged the whole thing. The parking is reserved in the back for us. It's a gay-friendly establishment. They got a big ass progress flag outside. I couldn't ask for it to be any more beautiful. It's just really sad. It's the 1 year anniversary of her passing.
Sorry.
So,
sorry to hear that.
That's tough.
It's tough for my mom because she's older and she's like losing everybody. It's tough for me because I've been losing lots of people. Last year and this year has just been back to back. We don't do Caesars here, TM. We do Bloody Marys, unfortunately.
I was gonna tell him, but I figured you'd hop on it.
Straight him out.
Yeah. But let me tell you, my first Caesar in Canada came with a piece of fried freaking chicken attached to it.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm like, you bitches know how to do it right up here. Delicious.
I've had a bacon. I've had like a small hamburger and bacon attached to mine. So some of these Caesars are outrageous, man.
Listen, my Caesar had two fried chicken tenders with melted Swiss and bacon in the middle on a skewer, and I was like, "Oh my goodness!" And it was just delicious. I didn't even know what was happening, and I hate Clamato juice, but let me tell you. It did what Canada knew what they were doing with Clamato juice. They're like, we're gonna work this until it works.
It just sounds wrong. It really sounds
It
wrong.
sounds so wrong, but it's wonderful. You gotta go to a fancy restaurant and have one of these fancy drinks, and it will happen.
I like to have pickled asparagus in my Caesar. TM, I guess that sounds.
I like to have pickled asparagus in my Jesus, TM, Jesus. All
That's
right,
terrible.
I'm gonna run. Who dat? Sorry, I couldn't stay. Chit chat. I love you, man.
Good luck, Cliff. Good luck.
Two of my favorite slabs are Who Dat purchases, just so everybody knows.
Nice.
Actually, I have one right here.
Yeah.
Oh.
There we go.
There we go.
The origin of everybody.
Yeah, I was saying the first appearance and origin.
First appearances galore. Everybody was sleeping on that book, and I was like, "Well, let me just swoop in and put a bid and see what happens." So I was like, "Oh, I won."
Thanks very much for popping on, Cliff. You got anything you want to promote before you get out of here?
Today at 5 p.m. it's the Council of Comics, and we're doing Robin Williams and Good Morning Vietnam. And then tonight at 9 p.m. I'll be on with Black Crown. So go check that out.
There you go.
Nice.
All right. I love you guys. Take care, everybody.
Take care.
And that was Cliff on Comics. He's always on the YouTube. Check him out.
Boy,
Pretty much
he
it.
killed it with that. My God, he just
Yeah,
bought everything. It was great.
just about everybody who I've seen so far, and I haven't seen everybody who's put out content full out, but I know in the group chat that I'm in, they're all kind of just showing different stuff that they got, and
Bobby,
a guy posted yesterday about some stuff, and everybody that went to the swap just came back with just tons of stuff. Like I mean, it's a great time. I unfortunately couldn't go because I had to work the commencement for my job, so I was helping with the commencement ceremonies and the graduation of the university I work for. But yeah, that's such a great time. It's a great time as far as like it's all common community members. So people that you'll know from YouTube and Instagram are on there, and everybody kind of hangs out, has that good time, and then there's just deals galore. I mean, it's just everybody came back with just stacks of good stuff. In the past, when I've gone, I've come back with a lot of good stuff, and it's just a great time. So that's why I say, Stepo, like you who like to hunt for deals and everything like that, like you'd have a great time, meeting with everybody, and just, I mean, I'd actually, I think I would follow you around just to see, just so I could know ahead of time, and I'd probably sit there and like, all right, when Stepo shows on Allen, I mean, the Allen tears would be waterfalls at that point, because it's like, you got all this for that, like, oh yes. And this is a swap that you had to go to, but like it's an exclusive thing. I don't know if they'll let you come down, Alan, but and it's just a joke. But yeah, it's just it would be great. And actually I was gonna say too, yeah, we gotta check out BLC to see what he got, just because BLC probably got some great stuff too. Nobody leaves the swap with nothing. Everybody comes out with some great stuff, whether it's a great time.
And like you buy it or you swap it, like it's
no. So people
trade
buy, people will trade. Like you can bring stuff down the trade and everything like that. You can. I'm almost positive that had to be. Mike Lunch Money Comics video is probably going to be amazing because of the story that's going to come with that giant size X-Men. Is probably going to be great. It's probably going to be some books that he brought down the swap on top of buying some things. So it's a great time. Like honestly, like it's one of the shows that it's one of the things that I would say. If you do have the ability to go and you've never been, it's very inviting. Like then there's no exclusivity to it. You just if you can make it out that day, like you can just go down and do it, and it's really just a great time. So I actually was kind of sad I didn't get to go. Like the only reason why I'm like not more upset about it is because of the fact that I'm going to Heroes, and I'll be doing that instead.
well, you're
But
saving your shekels to go. I mean, you gotta if you bleed off a bunch of your coin, then when you go for the I will say the main event, it's not let's say the larger event. You want to have everything you've got in hand to make the deal, and I know that you've been saving, and you've been saying that.
Yeah. And so that's the only reason why I was like, all right, but had I not been going to Heroes, I would have definitely, made an effort to try to get to the swap, just because the swap is a great time. So I can't say enough good things about it. I would say Instagram, and, if you follow 3 Men in the Basement, and then the people that go to the swap, like Instagram and YouTube is going to be full of just great content and stuff that they picked up from that one event that these guys just happen to do, just to be able to hang out with friends. Like that's really what it came down to, is that we just want to hang out with our friends, and we happen to be able to rent this spot that's very friendly to them, to let them have it, and for the day, and just it's just a great fun time of just kind of hanging out and taking it easy. So I would say it's one of the better shows that you'll go, one of the better events that you'll go to that's not an actual convention, that like you literally can just come up and get some great stuff.
Very cool, Mr. Russell. I saw, at least I thought I saw, that they caught all those guys that escaped. Is that correct?
I haven't been paying attention to it. I know they caught 3 like pretty quickly. I was talking to the guys about it, saying that I think one thing is going to get implemented after this, and it might be in all major cities in the U.S. Because they already have it in London, is the CCTV cameras in every public area. And
I'm surprised. I'm surprised it's not up already in
well, well, what I found out is I didn't know New Orleans had that many cameras up already. They already have like 200 cameras.
Yeah.
And I want to say, like, I think it was like 1/3 of them are installed with the facial recognition software.
Yeah.
So and the key word about that is software. So I'm pretty sure they're gonna have cameras.
Yeah, all that.
And all they got to do is upload it or something. But yeah, it's I didn't know they had that many cameras, to be honest.
They got a ton around where I live too. Like
Yeah,
they're
so-
on. You can. I can't remember when they started putting them in, but like they don't. I don't know, man. It's weird, but yeah, they use them to catch people. I don't think they have facial recognition though, but they do use them a lot.
But yeah, they said that's how they caught the 3 guys. One guy was immediately because he was on like one of the most popular areas, I can say streets in the United States. He was in French Quarter. That's how he was caught underneath a car in a hotel. So it's they're all gonna get caught. They're not. They're not intelligent enough to do what you're supposed to do if you're gonna get 7 hours head start.
There was no kingpins or like jokers escaping. They're gonna get caught again quickly.
They're the members of the gang. They're not the head guys.
Yeah, so it's inevitable, especially as that amount keep going up for money, because now it's up to 12,000 total.
A reward?
Yeah.
You know
Hey,
what?
Russell,
I think I see
Russell,
one of
the
those guys right across the street. I gotta make a call. Hold on.
the gal that is, I think it's the head police person for New Orleans, is this older gal with the shoulder cut hair.
They have 2 of them. The one that they have a sheriff's office and a police department.
Okay.
So the lady you're talking about, I'm pretty sure it's the police department, and the sheriff is the one that controls the jail. So, but you talking about the little short lady, short hair?
Is she competent? Is she competent?
Oh, she's actually really good.
Okay, good. I don't know anything about it. I saw her talking, and I just said, I hope she's on the ball.
She has a ton of experience, really good. For far as I know, it's the lady who works the sheriff's office that you have to worry about, because she had 0 experience and did a lot of things and didn't know anything about what's going on, and a lot of stuff at the jail was not working and not understaffed. Is
that an elected position? Was that elected or an advancement?
The sheriff of New Orleans is an elected position. Basically all sheriff's office elected position. The police department, they do a big mass search across the country and try to get the best person. So that's why I know that lady. She's really good. She doesn't like to play any games. A lot of people think she's like, when they first was like this little old white lady. He's like, nah, she's very tough. Very tough.
Hard.
Very tough. Like I'm more afraid because as soon as all that happened and she found out, she got with state police, federal government, ATF, everybody you could think of. So I think that's why he had the initial and the facial recognition stuff. She she got with the mayor and all that stuff, and there were I like her. I like her. A lot of people were like kind of skeptical because like how she looks, how she talks, and they were like, and then when when you look at her background, you're like, oh, okay, I would rather her than the person who was in charge that let the people. Well, I didn't say let the people out, but the people escape from, because basically that's somebody who had no experience got elected because they were more popular than the other person.
Popularity should never be on positions that are as crucial as something like that for public safety. But the bottom line on all of this, though, and I thank God for this, is that you are not put in harm's way for this, Whodad. I see that stuff, and my wife Susie and I are watching, and then we see that, and both of us looked at each other and said, "Oh my God, Whodad." And I had to reach out because I want to make sure you were all right. I don't like that. I don't want nothing. I don't want nothing falling on you.
I can tell you this though: if those people are smart, which they're probably not, but those people are smart, they know not to come in our parish, which people who live in other states are called counties. Our sheriff does not mess around. He goes get people to bring them to jail if they miss a traffic ticket.
You know how
he doesn't miss.
You know how they escaped, or am I gonna have to wait for the TV movie?
Yeah, so yeah, my sheriff does not play around, so they're not gonna come around. They're gonna go around my parent if they're traveling, because if they get a whiff of that they're in this area, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. Yeah.
Good.
So, but
Thank God.
yeah, that's when stuff will get amplified, and they'll probably put everybody on alert if they have word of that. But as far as I know, I think they're either the majority of them are still in the city, or they've gone to like a lot of people theory of Atlanta or Houston.
Do you know how they escaped through that, or am I waiting for a TV movie?
No. It's out there how they escape. They pulled like this sink and toilet off the wall.
Yeah.
They went through the wall, and a gate that's been known to not work, they pulled it open because it's known to come off the tracks and not to be working correctly. Now they say they don't have the maintenance people to fix it. And they got that, and then they used a lot of blind spots for the camera.
That sounds pretty savvy plan.
And,
I mean, that's
yeah.
a pretty savvy plan. Did they have help?
They say, I'll be perfectly honest. I think they didn't, but I think the sheriff is trying to say that she thinks they might have had help.
Oh, to save face, huh?
Yeah, to save face, and I feel bad because the people who are working, who are understaffed there, and probably exhausted, probably needed a break, and they did it at the right time. I mean, they probably
Smart.
people have routine, and guess what? Criminals watch routines, and they if they would use their paying attention of routine and stuff for good, their memorization, and like, oh man, I can memorize this, I can do something else. But no, they probably knew a routine when somebody worked, and they knew this person takes a break probably at 12 o'clock, probably to move around and wake themselves up. Because if you're just sitting in a little area, I don't care what
It'll put you to sleep. That's true.
I don't care if you got music playing, you watch, you got a TV, you got to have all kinds of stuff. You're still gonna fall asleep. But I guarantee you, they watched that person. They knew this person takes a break every time they work at this time, how long the break is, and they knew once they probably got to a certain area, they were clear cut because nobody's watching the camera. But it was. I don't think it's an inside job because that would have been. I think it was a lot of leadership issues. In my opinion.
Fair enough.
And this just opens the doors because Fishcat, because he works in that industry, he could tell you it's very understaffed and underpaid for the stuff that you do. You would think those people would be paid very well because you pay somebody very well, they take it very serious. But
I think almost any job nowadays can complain about understaffed. People just do that. It's to save money, and it's ridiculous, especially in a career.
On critical jobs like this for public safety, the idea of cutting back budgets and what have you, to me, is crazy. It's why they seem to. There seems to be a culture now that the criminal is a good guy and regular people are bad guys. I don't understand it. I am definitely a dinosaur. I'm exact the opposite how this stuff goes on. I'm going to reload my. Go ahead.
I'll quickly tell you this before you reload. The ones they did caught, which this is I'm happy they did it. The ones they did caught, it was like do not pass go. You're going to a new jail, and the sticks and. Guess what? You're not driving there or flying you there. They got them in helicopters, and as soon as they got caught, they got them to the state police area where the helicopter's at. They put them on the helicopter, and they were gone. I said, wow, I hope they landed at the state prisons, and I just
they didn't just go over the Gulf,
just hover over.
Here's your new prison.
I never seen them take on a helicopter. So they did not. They didn't see no judge. They didn't see nothing. They went. So yeah,
I guess you're taking a little trip. Feed
the
fish.
And then they put a spit sock over them. But if anybody knows about a spit sock, you can't really see good out of them. So it almost looked like something out of the cartel. They put the thing over them, and they get in the helicopter and get out of here.
I like that.
Yeah,
I'm going to reload my coffee. I'll be right back. Oh, by the way, I like your shirt today, Mr. Bleecker. I appreciate you showing the colors.
Thank you very much.
I gotta call my wife. My wife called me, but I was talking. So.
A ton of innocent people do get convicted. I don't know about a ton, but there are a few. The male prison I worked at was short 87 guards. Good money, but most people don't want to put up with that crap on it. Yeah. Yeah, dude, I just watching 60 Days In. I don't think I could put up with that shit. No way, man. That's just brutal. It's a hard job, Fish Cat. I do not envy you your job, that's for sure. But at least you're making good money. That's good to hear. Everybody disappeared. Who-Dat's gone. Boston Chris is gone. Diggy was here. He's gone. Goddamn, Steven's gone. I'm just all by myself. All by my lonesome again. That's all right. Appreciate everybody watching. I don't know where the artists are today, but they will Madam should be here at some point in time. We do want to do an auction for 2 covers that they did for Comics Curing Cancer. Hopefully that happens today. Cali Comics, how you doing, brother? Good to see you. I am about to take 5, that is for sure. I don't know about 7. Definitely 5. Maybe 7. Let's see. I don't know. I know K-pop is at a con this weekend as well. I think she's hanging out with Roscoe and Phil, and that's pretty cool. Thanks, Kelly. I appreciate that, brother. I leave that drama behind the gates. Some people drag it home. Luckily, I don't do that. Yeah, dude, that's gotta be. It's gotta be just grating. Just all those, like, I don't know. Just the environment's gotta be really difficult. I couldn't imagine. Like my job, I hate talking to people, and I have to talk to people. So I couldn't imagine. Being in a situation like that. I think it would suck. I guess that's why 60 Days In is so fun to watch. God damn. Are you safe though, Fish Cat? Like I've seen some fucked up shit in places like that, man. Just be safe, man. Be safe. Probably get to showing some comic books today at some point in time. I'm sure Steven's got some comic books to show off. He's always got something good to show. Yeah, we don't do drama here, man. Or at least we try not to, anyway. You had to break up 3 fights last week. What are you doing, TM? Where the hell do you live? Was it 3 fights between you and your landlord?
I needed to get myself some tea, so now I'm ready to,
You're a tea advocate. Do you drink coffee at all, Boston, or no?
I don't like coffee.
I don't. I don't drink coffee, so I'm not a coffee fan.
Yeah. No, I've never been funny enough. So I like coffee ice cream, but I don't like actual coffee.
I like coffee crisps, but I don't like coffee. I like coffee cake, but I don't like coffee. And oddly enough, I just learned this recently when I went to look up coffee cake. There's no fucking coffee in coffee cake.
Oh, not even a sprinkle?
Not even a sprinkle, bro. They add no coffee. There's no coffee in coffee cake. I don't understand. It was one of those blow your mind moments. Like, oh yeah, I was this old when I found out there's no coffee in coffee cake.
I know there's a little bit of coffee, and I don't even know if it's like legitimate coffee. In what is it? Tiramisu. And I like tiramisu. It's got a coffee taste to it, but
apparently I've been doing it wrong the whole time. It goes with coffee, so they call it coffee cake. I thought I thought it was like, had like a little sprinkling of coffee in there. Like, like I always thought that it sort of tasted coffee-ish. I don't understand. Mr. Mickey Shack. How you doing, buddy?
Morning.
Good morning, my man.
What's going on?
Actual
So-
crap.
Did you know that there was no coffee and coffee cake? Because I honestly didn't myself. I was like, I don't know what that is.
I don't know if that's true or not. Everybody has certain types that do have it.
That is not the actual ingredients for coffee cake, but there may be places that do it, but definitely it is not a usual thing. Coffee cake.
I'm sure there are coffee cakes that have some form of coffee flavoring in them. I'm sure there are that out there.
Maybe. Tiramisu, yes. The ladyfingers are dipped in espresso.
That is correct.
All right.
Yeah, tiramisu is delicious. So, yeah, I'll give that credit, but I'm just not a coffee part. Like, I can't sit and drink it, but yeah, tea I have.
You know what I do like about coffee? I like the smell of it. I like when coffee
Yeah.
is brewed in the house. I enjoy the smell of coffee. I don't drink it. I don't really enjoy it. If it has enough milk and sugar in it, I'll drink it because it just basically tastes like coffee cake. But it's not my thing for some reason.
Hi, Dracula.
Although
Yeah,
it's 7 a.m, it's not terrible when if you're working at some messed up job. It's pretty good, I guess.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to that, I like the smell, and it's probably good that I don't drink coffee, but I mean I don't know. I had a big deal with soda for a while, and I think that really when it comes to that, I don't think it was more the caffeine. I think it was just like I like to taste soda. I mean, who doesn't? It's delicious, but the end of it all, it was just like if I was also drinking coffee on top of that, it probably would have been a much worse situation as far as like
Because soda's, besides the fact that if you drink it in excess, it's terrible for you, but it's also, I know people that have lost just a ton of weight just stopping drinking Coke, or just like, oh, I don't drink pop anymore. I've lost 30 pounds this week. I'm like, holy bro, that's fucking unbelievable, man.
Well, if you're drinking sugared pop, yes.
Right? Yeah. Well, and let's be honest.
Diet pop was always where, Diet Mountain Dew is my favorite. I've drank a lot of Diet Mountain Dew. I drank a lot of regular Mountain Dew as well, but being in the hotel business and hospitality, being around coffee, hot, fresh coffee all the time, it does smell very, very good. And Dracula's right that the people that back in the day, it would be coffee and cigarettes.
It's fair.
And there was a lot of that.
That's Drac, though. He's an artist. He's real dark. He's got that mysterious.
Seems like an awfully nice guy. He lives in a nice, bright room. He's got nice books. Seems to have it. He seems to be wired pretty tight.
I don't know.
Man, hey Steppo, the Allen Tears were rich on Friday night. You missed it, man.
Oh, what happened?
Oh my goodness. He had the first ever Pokemon book in our speculation battle, Undervalued.
Oh.
And right after he lost, he vacated very abruptly.
He did not feel well, to be honest.
Yeah.
He barely made it through our show. It was just, he's, ever since this accident, he has just been, it hasn't been good, and it comes and it goes. And he, like I said, he barely made it through our show.
Yeah, he was a trooper for coming on. I agree.
No,
I
said, and Matt was saying, he said, look, I'm heading over to see Big. He said, are you gonna show up? And Matt said, and Alan said, well, I'm gonna try, because he really is. He is that kind of a guy, but he just folded up. He gives it all he's got, and then he's got to stop.
He put the first Pokemon book as undervalued.
Well, he had a good argument. He probably should have won. I don't know how I won, but I did. And it was just funny at the time. It's an ongoing joke. Alan's tears are sweet and tastes better than everything. So it was a coincidence. He left right after that. And
Yeah.
You know, I gave him a hard time when I'm not saying anything behind his back. I didn't tell him on Friday, so.
Oh no.
No. I of course not. But yeah, Alan's tears are very sweet. I have to say, they truly they are.
They're delicious.
They are absolutely delicious. Yes.
Yeah, he said you could get it for like $10 to $20. It's the Mewtwo first Pokemon movie. He actually had a polybag too, which you can't find that. And I mean, you can, but it's expensive. But you can go to my comic shop and get it for under $20 raw. I don't know about poly. That's probably about 100 or 50. But yeah, it's a good book. I used the first time Wolverine had bone claws because the speculation's pretty obvious. Like me and Chris talked about it for like a half hour backstage.
Yeah.
What issue it was. And yeah, I mean, the next time season 2 comes with X-Men 97, if you're going to see Wolverine, he's probably going to have bone claws. So I think the chat just kind of agreed with me, like, yeah, that's probably going to happen.
You know, it's interesting thing about the bone claws. When that whole story Q, Susan was asking me about that. She said, "Well, what's with this metal that comes out?" And I said, "Well, the Wolverine's power is that he can heal. That's his primary power. But the fact that he had that power allowed them to experiment on him, Weapon X or whatever it was, and they install adamantium into him. And if he hadn't had the ability to heal himself, it would have killed him instantaneously. So that's the whole reason. That was their whole reason for it. And I think, and then to make him into some sort of a killing machine for their use or whatever it was you know their idea. And then he, of course, has his own mind and his own, you know, he's tough as hell. He's lived for God knows how long he's lived. And then, of course, the adamantium. But that whole thing, I remember one comic that some guy swung a blade and then cut the bone knuckle, cut the bone claws off, you know, and he's going, ah, and then, of course, they grow back. But, I mean, I kind of creeped me out a little bit.
Oh yeah, the when he gets them smashed, that always
broken fingers to me. I mean, Bleecker, you wouldn't know anything about this, but anyway, it's just that kind of thing, you know.
Yes, I have no idea about broken fingers, not at all. Yeah, no, when he gets those, when Wolverine gets when he gets them chopped off in that one movie with a fire sword, I was like, oh my god! And then he gets them stepped on and crashed. I was like, oh my god, this is awful. Even though it's Wolverine, I felt.
Yeah, it just. Ugh.
So, Steven, you got any books you want to show today?
Sure, I as a matter of fact, I do.
As a matter of fact,
I went a little bit more copper this time because I haven't shown these for quite some time, so I thought I would sort of change up. You know, it's a funny thing. I traded all these books away. And and then all the space where these were, I've reoriented where I file stuff. And so I'm looking for books that I thought I still had. And I said, oh my God, I hope I didn't trade that one. And I'm looking, and the ones I was thinking about was, I couldn't find this one, the Underworld Crime, and I couldn't find this one, and I couldn't find that one. And I was really going, I said, oh my God, I don't remember doing that. So as I was pulling out books for the display today, I found them. If it's a good feeling when you know you have a book or you think you have a book, and you're trying to find it and you finally find it. It's a very nice feeling. Not finding it is not so good. That drives you crazy until you can. That is definitely a first world problem for a comic collector, but it is a thing. At least it is with me.
Well, you're proactive though. I do the same thing, like on Instagram and on my YouTube. You have a video of, well, at least one of the dealings, you know, and that's really refreshing to be able to wonder, and you have at least some kind of video you could go back to, you know.
Yeah, it's just, and sometimes, of course, when you're consummating a big deal, you're not really doing it on camera. You're doing it, and so then was that one of the ones that went away? Because it was like 2 short boxes went away, and there was a lot of good stuff in there. But the stuff that is, I liken it to the sinew of your collection. That there's, if you, first of all, if you have the book, it's because you want it anyway. You wouldn't have bought the book if you didn't like it in the first place. So you like everything, but some books you like better, and some books are harder to get, and then you better not get rid of it because you're going to have a hell of a time replacing it if you ever wanted to. And that's the thing. And almost everything that I traded, if I really wanted to, I could probably replace. But for the most part, and actually, in truth, I won't replace any of the stuff that I traded away. I basically, you've had your fling with it, you've had the love affair with the book, and you're pretty much done. And but anyway, so here's the first one, which is the first Power Girl.
Nice.
Beautiful. I need that in my life.
Yeah, I actually sort of need that.
It's not a terrible. They're not terribly expensive, and if you buy them raw, and then or have them slabbed, or if you prefer a slab, you pay up a little, just like anything else. You pay a little bit up for the slab. But I've noticed there's been this sort of a trend where people are going for raw books now, that they prefer the raw book rather than the slab book. Well, I can understand that. The reason for that, if you want to be able to actually read the book, and there are people that really do go in, and some people even crack books out of the slabs, that they do that. I don't quite understand that. Just buy a raw book then. I mean, if you're going to do that, why spend at least in my experience, you pay a premium for the slab to have it graded and slabbed and what have you. Oh, I'm glad I thought of this, and I'll continue showing here. Have you guys seen this new CBCS cheap ass slab or grading thing that they do? They'll put it in a Mylar with the stickers.
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, I know you're talking about that.
What's that?
Well, my comic shop does that too.
No, that's the raw grading.
Yeah.
That's the raw grading thing they were
It's
doing.
kind of like if you're not sure what it is and you want to know, like, I guess it helps you determine whether you should send it to get slabbed or not. Like that's what they do. They give you like a raw grade based on what they see.
I don't understand that. Either you're slabbing the book or you're not.
Yeah.
Well, don't my comic shop come with a grade? I got a bunch of them that have grades.
Okay, I just but I had seen that with my comic shop, but I hadn't seen that for CBCS before, and some guys had it in the auction I used to go to. They had a guy had a few of those, and I go, what in the hell is that?
Yeah, they did that, the raw stuff. I call it the Monty grading, because it's not encapsulated, but they just put the grade on it. They don't check for restoration, and
they don't.
They do not for the raw grades, and they just put those stickers on it, and to let you know, verify that it was graded and sealed. But if you crack it open, that's no longer verified.
Oh no, very. I dig that, but they were showing this, and they were showing these like holographic. I mean, like the hologram stickers on the back holding it. I mean, it was obvious what the intent was. What do they charge for that, Houdat? Do you know?
Last time I remember, it was like half the price of what normally graded.
Well, I don't understand. I don't understand
that
at
all. I don't know why I
all.
would do it though. I don't know why. Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't do it. If you're going to do it. That's sort of half-assed. And they say, well, it's a 9.4. Well, and your point about that they don't even check for restoration. What the hell? Okay.
Yeah, what kind of grading is that?
Not for me.
No, at least with my comic shop, like they low grade, and when you get a grade from them, it's usually a better grade than what they give you. So that's actually
they
good.
They do that. I talked to some of the higher, some of the middle management people there, and as a policy, they will undergrade their books or make it so that there is no question what their grade is, and if anything, and 99% of the time, the book is going to be nicer than what the grade is that they put on it. And the people that are selling know that's the way they do it. As far as how they do it, they just, hey, this is just the way we roll. Here it is. If you want to sell here, this is the way it is. We will sell, and our guys will grade it. So if
I've always thought that was common knowledge about my comic shop. I really like it because that's been for me. It's been common knowledge for a long time. But yeah, that's the case. They undergrade almost every
as
book.
A business practice. They do that.
Yeah.
I mean, so buying a raw book from them, it's a dream because they'll have this funny thing where they'll have a book that's the same grade that some consignment guy is, and then if it's got a yellow box, it's one of their books. So you have one book that's $85 that's somebody else's, and then at the same posted with the same grade, and then you have another book right next to it that's $55, and you look at the $55 book that they have as opposed to the other one, and the one that they have is a nicer looking book, and it's $25, $30 cheaper. The Huntress, as you know, she has 2 first appearances. That is to say, 2 books that have her first. This is the better one because it's more of it's the full figure of her. But the other one's good too, but it's just sort of the way they go.
Nice.
This one was not an inexpensive book to get at the time, but I've always loved this cover, and I had an opportunity to pick it up at the top. And so what I did, at the top grade, and I really do like this cover.
Oh yeah,
That's pretty nice.
This was one of the books that wasn't going to go away because I don't want to have to try. I like this one enough that I just didn't want to get rid of it.
I can't see the grade because of the time. Is it the 9.8?
It's a 9.8, sir.
Because that was from Budat, right?
No, I had a
No,
9.8.
didn't you? You did have a 9.8 though.
Yeah.
I just assumed. I'm sorry.
Steven, is there any books that you've lost on? Like, you've done very well in your comic book career as far as being able to trade up for books, buying books relatively at a good price, and then accumulating over time, they get worth more money. Is there any books that you're like, dang, I bought that at the wrong time?
My friend Alan took great joy in pointing this out to me. I had, I didn't bring it out. I at the peak of the, we were talking. It says, well, the people that bought at the top of the COVID spike, they were doing this and that and blah blah. I says, I can't remember if I bought anything. Alan says, I remember you did. I do. I remember. I remember. And I'm going. I says, well, it was. I said, was it the? I think it was the X-Men 50 that has that beautiful Polaris cover.
Yeah.
And he goes. He says, yeah. And I said, God, I can't remember what I paid for those. He says, I remember what you paid for them. I'll tell you. And I'm going, would you like to squeeze a little lemon juice into the cut? I mean, is it all right? A little salt on that? And so it was because one of them was a 9.0 and one was a 9.2.
Right.
And the 9.0 went away, and I did pay up for them at the time, and they haven't come all the way back. But if those were the only 2, because I just had a feeling that in watching that book, that Steranko, which is such a beautiful book, that the chances of that one coming down were between slim and none, because it is such to have a nice copy of that book. It really is a book you want in your collection. It really is. The first X-Men logo like that Steranko did, that he always said I didn't get paid for it. As a matter of fact, I just bought this Raw book here recently, and I'm not an X-Men collector. I really am not. But I found a beautiful copy of this one.
Oh, nice.
And I just got this one. This cost me $275. But it's just it's a beautiful really structurally nice copy of this book.
Sorry, gotta add Biggie back.
It's better than the copy I have.
That's really nice, Steven.
So
I need to get one of them.
I do have a follow-up question to that, because I've asked you now, is there any books that you've bought that are, that you're like, dang it all, that was a crappy buy at the time. And now, is there any books that you have looked at and said, I'm not buying that piece of shit, and then went, God dang it all, I should have bought that? Are there any books that like you really like? Is there any one book
that got away? What's the one that got away? That's a good one.
I can tell you exactly what it is. It was Suspense 3, Harley Yee. At the time, this is years and years ago. I had called him and I said, do you have anything that that would blow up my dress? And he says, I have a Suspense 3. I said, oh, now the thing about Suspense 3 is that when they the way they constructed that book, they had an insert thing that was sort of hooked into it.
Right.
Because at the time during the war, it's kind of a put together thing. So I said, "Oh, I really want that. I will buy it." He says, "Fair enough." And so then he says, "Oh, I'll get back to you with a price." And then I never heard. What's that?
Somebody's got their. I think somebody's ordering food.
I'm playing a game. I'm sorry. I didn't know. My controller makes noise. I didn't expect that. Sorry.
That's all right. I hope you're winning. I hope you're winning. He says, "My God, Big Brother is here." You know?
Like, shut the stream down. Shut it down.
Do you know what gets me? We have this ADT thing in our house. We have a screen so you can see the front door. We have one of those camera things. And it's one of those things, hey, Google, what is the temperature in St. Louis or whatever? It says the temperature is whatever it is. So Sue and I will be talking with one another, and then all of a sudden this thing will chime up and says, I didn't quite get that question that you said. And we both go, oh, God, you know, Big Brother is listening to everything that we're doing.
Yeah, it's true.
It's just crazy. Anyway, but so I didn't hear from Harley. And I purchased a lot of stuff from Harley years ago. His prices now have gotten a little bit higher, and you can't really deal the same way. Things have changed. Times have changed.
His eyes got a lot worse too.
That is one of the nicest ways I've ever heard that situation described
nice
before. I agree with you.
Are you talking Tales of Suspense, by the way, Stephen? That's what you're talking
No, he's talking about Suspense 3.
Suspense
it's Lou
3.
Fine. No, it ain't Lou Fine, is it? Yeah, it is Lou Fine.
No. Suspense 3 is Schomburg and L.B. Cole.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Schomburg and L.B. Cole fusion cover.
I'm thinking of Fantastic 3. I'm sorry.
That's right. No, Lou Fine it wasn't as exciting. Fantastic 3, yeah. Exciting, yeah, Fantastic 3. And of course Stephen Fischler has all those pretty much. But all of that said,
is that the one with the Nazis on the cover and stuff?
No, that's the one with the robots.
The KKK one.
It's got this one robot with all the gears and everything, like giant.
Yeah, it's fucking great.
That he's tearing the arm off, and another robot's running in to get him. It's just to help his buddy out. It's really an amazing. The thing about it, though, Biggie, if you look at that, the proportions of his arms, of Samson's arms, or whatever,
too long.
They're too long. You know, and that's Lou Fine, but it's just, you know, I look at that. It's not proportional. It's cool, but it is not proportional. Anyway, so Suspense 3. So I called him. I said, "Hey, Harley, what's the drill on this Suspense 3? I'm ready to go. What are we doing?" He says, "Oh no, I thought you didn't want it. I sold it."
Oh my God!
And I said, well, did I say anything other than I wanted to buy the book from you? No, I got the impression you didn't want it. So I didn't figure that was going to go for you anyway. And I go, okay, and that was that.
Wow.
So that's one that I had a chance to buy. The same thing, kind of a thing, happened with my this Terrific 5. That was one that I when I bought that one, it was a situation where some guy, a buddy of mine, wanted it, and I at one point I says, well, maybe I'll get it and sell it to you or whatever. And then but I decided after I got the book, when I was looking at it, I said, I can't get rid of a Schomburg this rare, and that peeved him so badly that pretty much ended our friendship.
Do you got the shock suspense story that's kind of like the Suspense 3, the other one?
Yeah, I know the one you mean. No, I don't have that. I would have shown that one to you guys if I had it. So all of the stuff that go, and I regret the situation with the Terrific 5. I remember that there was a couple of guys that were all saying that book should come to them, and all this other stuff. And the seller, who I have a good relationship with, I said, these guys are saying that this book was supposed to go to them. He says, I don't even know who these people are. Who are these people? And he's the guy that has the book, So I don't know. It's one of those things. that you do. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. My batting average is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
So I can't squawk. But
Yeah, no, I know your average is very good. I just wonder, if there's
That's
one.
a pretty damn good book to fucking miss out. I mean, that's a hell of a book.
It made an impression on me.
That is for sure.
That's some upper league shit.
So this one is misfiled. It should be with my Golden Age stuff, but it's a really nice comedy cover that has Hedy whatever her name's, Millie the model and Tessie the typist all together on the cover, which I think is a pretty cool cover.
Hell yeah. Yeah, about that Fantastic Dude? It kind of reminds me of some Joe Kubert art, like Joe Kubert does the long limbs kind of stuff sometimes.
Yes, he does, but but Lou Fine has a very distinctive style, as does Kubert. I think that Lou Fine's line is a little bit finer than Kubert's.
Oh yeah, beautiful.
It is, but Kubert has just a thing about him, the way he draws, especially even in the Golden Age, but especially in the Silver Age with the Enemy Ace and with Sergeant Rock and just his stuff, and then of course Russ Heath getting involved in that too. Those two guys, I mean, for DC, really were just lightning in a bottle. I mean, really, they were just great. Here is the first appearance of Talia al Ghul.
Ooh. Yeah, any one of those two.
It's a pretty book.
I'm saying I need it. I'm not saying
I'll do that, Alan. I'll do that. I have one, but it's not as good of a grade. I have one not good. Of a grade.
I have one that I think is 7.5 or an 8.5 or something that I didn't have this one at that time, but when Neil came to the store to I Like Comics and I was the witness, I had him sign it was the nicest one I had of it. I had every nice Neil Adams book that I had, I brought to have him sign for me, and he did. And then I got him back, and one of them went to a friend of mine. I can't remember. He lives somewhere near St. Catharines. I can't remember.
Oh, I think I can figure that out.
Hey. I saw that Russell. I saw that you had this on the sidewall there. When I got this, this one this book is notorious for having sort of darker pages. This one's off-white to white. There was a warehouse find of Turok back in the late 80s, mid to late 80s, where they found several hundreds of these first Turoks.
Oh, wow.
But all of them are characterized by having quite dark pages. But the cover strikes are quite nice. But the page quality is not perhaps as great as it might be. So, so when that happened, I love Turok. I've always loved Turok. And growing up, when I was growing up, Turok was one that you would see. And then when Dr. Solar came, you'd see Dr. Solar. And of course, you'd see Magnus the Robot Fighter as well. Mm-hmm. And that is those were for the Dells. Not so much Space Family Robinson, although those are kind of cool looking covers.
They're awesome, actually. I think all those covers are.
Yeah, really I like Russ Manning's art on Magnus.
And when I first started on I might as well. I'm going to show that now because I've got it. I have it right here.
But all those Dell covers, I think, are underrated. I know they went really cheap for a really long time. You could probably still find them cheap somewhere.
Beautiful.
The gold key ones, like they're all painted and beautiful, and you get 10 Commandments, and you get all this.
Look at that back cover.
Just gorgeous.
Sorry, Blue.
You're good.
Yeah, Manning is freaking. I was just
amazing.
in awe when I started seeing
it's
this
amazing.
stuff.
people don't realize how expensive the first appearance of Turok is, too.
No, it is a very desirable book. There don't get, and that's the one that I have here. When eBay first started, I wanted to find Magnus. I had a set years ago, and it went away with my first collection, and it was Catch as Catch Can there with Magnus. And a lot of times, and I haven't really seen this that many ones that are missing the back cover because they cut the pinup off. In the earlier ones, they had the back cover pinup, and they were cut off. But anyway, this guy was in Arizona, and I remember it very vividly, and he bought them brand new off the stand, and he was selling his collection of Magnus that had all of them. I thought the first appearance of Magnus was that kind of yellowy green cover. I thought that was Magnus 1, but that book that I just showed you was Magnus 1. So I always had that wrong, but I bought this set from him way back when. I still have it. It's one of the nice... It's one of the ones that, you put. It's one that you put away and you like to have it because I agree with you, Biggie. I think that Russ Manning is just an incredibly good artist. I really love his stuff.
Man.
Rex
Yeah.
Manning. It's Rex Manning.
Hey, how is Duck 98?
I think is that a Who Dat book?
That's definitely a Who Dat book.
Was this a Who Dat book, Russell?
Yes, it was, because me and Boston Chris got this guy had a collection of the Howard the Duck ones, and he never puts a high grade. He always undergrades, but he said these were 9.6 or better. So we bought them immediately. Didn't even mess with the price offer anything. We were like, you know what? Ooh, it was like my name, Chris's name, back to back. It was funny.
The first man thing, right?
No, that's just his first.
What is that?
It's just his first title.
Just first number 1. Okay.
Yeah. Are you thinking of not man?
Giant Size Man Thing.
No, the Adventures in the Field.
I'm thinking Strange Tales. Shit, I'm crazy.
Well, no, his first appearance is that blue cover.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Chamber of Chills or something. Whatever it is. It's so anyway. But getting one of these in a 9.8, there are a lot of Howard the Ducks, and it was a low print run to begin with, and everybody was running all over town trying to buy these things in the day because that they misgauged the popularity of it, and poor Howard the Duck became the source of creators' rights with Marvel and Steve Gerber and all that mess that happened. It just put the character to sleep, and it was a mess. But anyway, that's just sort of the way it went. Here's the first Jetsons.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I had a number 3, and it was a pretty black cover, but that's just as good. That's very nice. Yeah.
I love the Jetsons so much. I remember going to see the movie when it came out in the late 90s, I think.
Oh yeah.
I'll just show this again because now it's in the line. But this is an incredibly hard book. First of all, it's a tough book to find. It's an expensive book to buy, and this dark cover. I thought that I had at least an 8 or an 8.5 on this, but they came back with a 7.5. I'm not going to mess with it. The 7.5 is a really high grade for this book. Same thing with the Turoks. They show their wear, and because the dark painted cover will show that.
Yeah, low grades are even 200 on that one. Oh, the Rifleman. Go fetch me a hunk of wood, Junior.
Paul.
No problem, pal.
Paul, you have a big. Your wood is big. Yes, it is, Mark.
I mean, they both have just like the most compromising faces you could possibly have on that.
He's going, yeah, Mark, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he's got a nice little dumper on him too. He's got a little butt cheek going there back there.
Get your hands off that man's wood. Jeez Louise, kid.
It's just, and on the back they have one of the heavyweight Schwinn's, the Corvette, the 5-speed Corvette. These, they call them the heavyweights with the larger tires. You'll also notice that the Schwinn frame, is a cantilever frame. That's one of the things that put Schwinn on the market. And then, of course, in the late 60s, when they started importing these 10-speed bicycles from Europe, from, Peugeots and, any number of them, Stellas and Crescent from Sweden and all these others, they were so light compared to the Varsity and the Continental that Schwinn had, that it was just so much easier to ride them because they were so much lighter that they could. And then the fancier ones had Reynolds double-butted tubing, where they'd have the Nervex lug where they would actually solder into the Reynolds tubes, which was so light. It was really, really a great time to buy a bicycle, but it put the fork into Schwinn. It really, really damaged Schwinn to compete. This one, I think that Biggie Shack was talking about.
Yeah, I had that book. I pulled that for like $5, and it's about a $200-300 book mint. 9.8. I don't know what it goes for. Probably more than that. But yeah, that's a good one. Low print run. There's only one Savage Dragon that's a lower print than that one, I think.
Well, this was when you spoke about this book, and that's why I bought it, because I knew nothing about it. So it was this was all based upon your spec that I jumped on this.
Yeah,
I was looking at it. She's sort of cute, and then I finally realized that things are being shaved, and
it's so good.
I said,
That's the best Savage Dragon cover, dude. There's no question to me. Dude, hey, Steppo, by the way, when I would keep that in my house, I had to have the back cover facing because I didn't want my girlfriend to see.
I understand.
Yeah, so when I would see that blade, I'd be like, "Oh, that's my Savage Dragon, dude." It's so funny.
It's like I like hearing like Steppo has done. We've done that to Steppo a couple times. We show a book, and he's like, "Oh, let me get." Like I showed the Sabrina's first cover. He's like, "Wait, I don't have that."
No, and gentlemen, I am not so hidebound. I am not so rigid that I said I must figure this out for myself. I take good information wherever it comes from, and I do, gentlemen, this may surprise you, but I do suffer from FOMO somewhat. I blame Alan though for it. It's all Alan's fault, as you know. Okay, good. I'm glad you're going with me on that.
That seems to check out.
That's a cool one.
I have about a half a dozen, 7, 8 of this cover. I remember when it came out. I love Kaluta's work. I really do. And then in the series, they pulled Kaluta, and they put, of all people, Frank Robbins to draw. It didn't work. Frank Robbins is great on the Invaders. I like him on that. He has that kind of the rough Golden Age feel to it. It really works to me. But on the Shadow, after the refined line of Kaluta and the faces, but the fine line in particular, it was too jarring, really, to do it. This is an old label 9.8 of this book, White Pager.
Wow.
It's not a horrifically expensive book, but to get a 9.8 is pretty tough on this book. And
go ahead. You're probably getting to where I was going to say. Yeah, I was about ready to say the same damn thing. People that I've seen collect that, they go, they look at that 20 cent and they want it to be even and perfect and all that stuff. But you got a 9.8. It might be a little cut off on the top from what I could. Guys, see it again?
Sure.
Yeah. So people that collect this book, like they want the two circles to be even. And the top of them, and that looks damn. What do you think, Hudat? Does that look a little?
No, there's the tip of it. The top of it's
off, but not. That's still one somebody would really want, just because it's damn near perfect.
Yeah.
What takes my eye on these structurally is I look at the spine line, that black line on the spine, as close as you can get it. Batman #3. Is notorious that it always has about an 1/8 of an inch or 1/16 of an 1/8 of an inch in. It's white, and if you look at those, every Batman 3 I've ever seen has that white line at the spine, the way it's set, which pushes the Batman logo so that the Batman logo is just basically right on the end on the far right edge of the N of Batman. So it's just how they were printed. That's just the way it was. And when those class of '68 books came out, all of the ones that are the Captain America 100, Nick, the Agent of Shield, and all the class of '68 books. There was a warehouse find of those back in the late '70s, and they found those things and started selling. They were structurally, they were perfect. All of them were pretty much perfect, but each book had its own, I would say, blem from the printing. Like in the picture box in the top left, it would be a little bit off or something like that. So when you were going through, and I'm looking through a short box filled with these books, or maybe 2 short boxes filled with these beautiful books, and your eye goes right to where that problem is. And the ones that don't have the problem, then I would pull those out. Then I would go to the next cut, which was registration, then to make sure that that it lined up correctly and what have you. And then that was the second cut, and then the third cut, and the final cut was where you were getting which had the best cover strike. I guess we're back at Bleecker.
No, I just want to show a book real quick, because this actually is cut weird. Like you can see, it's not right. It's a perfect, almost, well, it's a great looking.
Beautiful, yeah, no cover creases or anything.
No creases, but you can see that it's like black.
That is precisely what I'm talking about.
I figured.
Yeah. I'd say all them shadows, like Stepa says he has 6 copies, I would be interested in seeing them all, because they probably got the circles all over the place,
Yeah, they will vary, but the fact is that they're all structurally, they're beautiful, because it is a favorite of mine. And it was sort of like, I see a lot. I would buy them at a con, and I'd buy another one, and it would be better. And then I'd buy another one at another con, and then it wouldn't be as nice as maybe 2 of the other ones I had. But I keep it anyway, because my mind, I can't hold exactly each one anyway. So anyway, this one, it was a white pager.
Silver Age Black Adam.
This book was very hard to get. It is a screwy title. It's Special War Series number 4.
Oh, the Judo Master.
First Judo. Yeah.
Who's got the fire?
Bleecker. He's always.
They're close.
I think I've had that book before. The first White Tiger from that series too, I think.
Yeah, that's a white cover. That's a tough one. But this one, I was trying to buy it. The guy had an 8.5, and he was so high on that book. And I tried to it was the highest grade on eBay that I could find. And I tried to haggle with him. 3 weeks would go by, 5 weeks would go by. I'd try again, and he just dusted me off. Then this 9.2 showed up that was like $400 cheaper than the lowest price he would go on an 8.5.
Hell yeah.
It took, what joy it was to get this one, So I have a complete set of Judo Master. I like the character Frank McLaughlin. I like the costume. I like it.
Who did the cover art on that, Stepper?
I think it's Frank McLaughlin.
McLaughlin? Oh, you just said it. I'm sorry.
That's right. It's Frank McLaughlin, story, cover, and art. So Frank did the whole enchilada on that.
It looks Dicko-ish to me for some reason. But,
it has that feel. One of the collections that I picked up, and these are here in a box because it was a place where I could put them. Hello, Aaron. It's called the East Lansing Collection. I have that beautiful 107 of Strange Tales, but there were several others that were in of the early ones that I got at the same time when I bought all of these Strange Tales. The East Lansings were East Lansing, Michigan. Harley found the collections right in his backyard, and all the big books, quote unquote, the Tales of Suspense, the Fantastic Fours, the Spider-Mans, the Journey into Mysteries, all the big boys went after those. The ones they didn't really care about was Tales to Astonish and Strange Tales, which suits me right to the ground because I love those titles, and so those were still around and available, all of them, and so that's what I snapped up. I bought all of those, and here's one of the ones from that run. It came back a 9.4 white page.
Damn.
It's not an easy book to find in this grade.
No. Yeah. Those are always beat.
I got 7 or 8 of those. What do you mean? Not easy to find. And I'm just kidding, Stephen.
Easy to find, yeah. Mine's a 9.6.
I got like 9.6s, 9.8s.
Just 9.4. What's wrong with you? You know.
Yeah, I got a 10. What are you talking about?
This is identical grade to the other one, but someone must have sneezed during grading. I don't know. So anyway, but these are the nice bubble 12 centers. Again, these are white pager. And of course, this ad that you see about 8 million times about these coins. You know, and I said, I've never seen a coin like that. Well, you shouldn't, because it's like from 1804. If you find this in your pocket change, we'll buy it. When an 1804 silver dollar?
Oh yeah, I guess I'd buy it too.
Good luck. 10 grand back then.
Here is the 107. This is the one. This is the 107.
Oh man, damn!
And
I gotta get that book.
This in a 9.6 white pager is a. This is one of my, and this one you'll notice that the circle is just barely touching. But find this one in this grade for this light. East Lansing is home to the largest catalog library collection of comic books. Interesting. It's I was one time for the hell of it, I Googled myself. They say, find out what they're saying about you online. And I said,
What's the keynote to that? Is that like the Silver Age first?
No,
torch
fire. The first fire and water.
First fire and water. Oh, okay.
For
I thought it was like
Age.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, it's the first time Namor and Torch and Silver Age.
Yeah, and of course, that's then Schomburg had the one where it was the Human Torch and Submariner in whatever it was in Marvel Mystery 4 or 8 or 16 or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. There was a 2-parter where they're tearing apart the overhead or the overground or whatever it is the subway runs on. They're all tearing that to pieces. But this is so Jack Kirby. I mean, how you just couldn't have it much more Kirby than that. It's
very clean for a Marvel cover. Not a lot of words on that.
No, and that's really one of the nice things.
It really is very clean.
I guess this is my East Lansing of the 110.
And there you go. There's all the words.
Well, that's a big book that is fortunate that it's as cheap as it is because of the cover. You don't have the guy on the cover, and
they didn't know what they had. They had no idea what they had. It was a throwaway 4-page or 5-page story, and wow. it was not it wasn't his origin. It was Doctor Strange is fully realized in the first story where he's older, and he is the master of the mystic arts. And there's this guy that has these nightmares, and he can't figure out what's going on. And the character he's fighting is Nightmare, and so he goes into the dream world, and Nightmare causes all manner of problems. And it turns out that the reason the guy is having nightmares that brings him in, that it ends up that the guy is a crook, and then while Strange is in his ectoplasmic self or whatever, going in there dealing with it, this guy's going to try to kill him. His corporeal body, and then he comes back out of it and he freezes him and he goes to jail or whatever it is that goes on. They had no idea what they had. It was just another one of these screwball, sort of macabre, eerie, bizarre Ditko story. But it resonated, and then when they brought him back to start up again, he was much younger. And then he basically has this learning curve as he goes. His amulet is different. His cloak of levitation is different, so that as he's defeating these various characters as he's evolving, and his powers are becoming better, which is what I loved about it, was because he basically, there is an actual, it wasn't like he got bit by a spider and he has all his powers, or his berserker rage with teeth and muscles and saliva. He basically had to learn a bunch of stuff, and as these various villains would come after him, the more talent he had and more practice he had, he was able to have, his toolkit was bigger to take these guys on. And so it was it was beautifully done how they brought Doctor Strange on. But the reason they didn't understand that, because you guys, how many 4 or 5 page stories did Ditko do for Marvel?
Well, they
and
chopped
all
that
of those
character around.
the Marvel monsters and stuff. I mean, how many?
Yeah, they shopped that character around like 2 or 3 times before this too. Not exactly, but there was a few like prototype Doctor Stranges.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know my third Iron Man has a Doctor Strange in it, you know, and Silver Age Doctor Strange is super strong. If people don't know, like he came out pretty. I mean, it took him a few issues, but he's a super strong character. The more you read about him,
I love the whole thing, and then bringing in Clea, and then the dreaded villain that was sort of lurking out in the sticks, and then Mordo is his cat's paw, is Dormammu. And I wrote a big article about it in the comic book marketplace, because the ones that I really loved, I like to shine a light on them, and so it's just, those are the sorts of things. It was where his origin occurred.
Well, that's cool. That's a great cover.
yeah. What I never noticed a Spider-Man face on there. That's weird.
It's pretty cool.
They used, that Strange Tales to begin with, when the Torch was there. All this was sort of an annex to the Fantastic Four. That's how it started. It was basically, what are we going to do with Strange Tales? And they said, well, let's put the Torch in there because he's kind of strange tale-y. And so then the Torch started, and it wasn't enough. So then they brought the Thing in. And so it was the Torch and the Thing together. And then Doctor Strange came in, and then when S.H.I.E.L.D. came in, then it was the Torch and the Thing that went away, and Doctor Strange got half the book because the character was that strong.
Wasn't Strange Tales a 10-cent book for a while too? Like a bunch of monsters and stuff.
Oh yeah, they have that. I have a bunch of the Marvel monsters from Strange Tales,
Right.
and that's why I was saying that the Doctor Strange story was just part and parcel of the kinds of stories that Ditko would do. You get a Ditko screwy story, you get a Kirby monster or a Kirby robot or something, and then you get maybe Dick Ayers. God help you if you got Larry Lieber. I didn't care for his artwork in those books at all.
Ackerman has 2 Ditko letters. One in which he told me he has nothing to say or interested to do so regarding Speedball. Wow.
Oh, you got a signature, Beckerman? I didn't know that, dude. What the hell, bro?
He said that evidently you had to send in. Callie was saying that he wanted to. He had it signed. He had a Strange Tales that was signed by, I think, Kirby or Stan Lee.
By Stan Lee, yes.
And then he said, I wish it would have been Ditko. Ditko didn't sign hardly nothing at all. I mean, he just didn't do it. He wouldn't.
Beckerman, you had to write Ditko a letter to get him to sign anything.
Yeah, that's the only way. That's what people say. I mean, there is an AF-15 with the Ditko sig.
That's the person I heard talk about that book is Biggie Shack, right there. The lowest.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, Doc told me about it, but yeah.
This one, I've always liked this cover. Finding one, and I generally don't buy PGX, but as you guys know, I buy the book, not the label. I said, okay, I see the grade that it says, because people always say, well, it's misgraded, or it's too low, or it's, they were too hard, or they're too easy, or whatever. Oh. There's a certain level of inconsistency, but with a black cover, you cannot hide the spine of a black cover, and this one is
I love that cover.
It's just a beautiful, and the thing I like about it too, that even though it's white bread, DC Comics, you'll notice that Lois is stereotypical white gal, but you'll notice that the hips and the physical structure and the facial of Lois as a black gal is very, very appropriate to the transformation, if you will, and more muscular, and then she has sort of the way her hairdo and everything, how she comes out and everything else, and just the much more animated, much more live, much more, it's of the time. I mean, it just definitely of the time.
Yeah, I was obsessed with that book for a while. Finally got one from Hudat, and I'm pretty happy with it.
Ditko didn't sign comics, but if you wrote him a letter, he signed a letter. Ditko signed comics.
There's a few comics he signed. Or like a handful.
Very first Comic-Con in 1964 in New York Comic-Con. The con was organized by fans. Yes.
He was like Kirby, he'd signed on the inside, I think. If he ever did.
Speaking of Kirby, my friend Mark Ulroyd, just as a matter of, well, basically that book was because of a book called Black Like Me, which was the story of a guy who dyed his skin black.
I actually read
and
that.
Then he went into the South. This was required reading in my high school. Every English literature class, everybody had to read this book about the guy's experience, what he experienced as a black man in the South. What experiences did he have, a white man experiencing what a black person had to go through at that time? And it was a remarkably powerful book, a huge bestseller. And so I think that what DC did was they took a page out of that book to do something that was a feature, but nevertheless very poignant. And I thought that it's an important book, I think.
That guy actually passed away because of having the dye that he used to put in his skin. It got him sick after so long.
Damn.
Yeah.
I had a copy of this that I got from my comic friend. It was raw. It was at least a 9.6 and probably a 9.8. And when the book went in, CGC damaged the book. He says, I'm going to have this slabbed and then I'm going to sell it to you. It'll be a 9.6 or a 9.8. And I won't charge you the price now because I know it is what it is. They damaged the book and it came back a 9.0. And he went crazy, called him up and he said, here are pictures of this book before I sent it. It's not, and he never got anywhere. And he says, because I promised you at least a 9.6, I'm going to sell you a 9.4. And it's a pedigree of some sort. I can't remember what it is. He had to go out and buy it from the Charleston collection. I don't know what the Charleston collection is. I guess it's from Charleston. But I ended up getting this one. And Kirby is great.
You're a detective, Stephen. I don't know how you came to that conclusion.
Kirby is back.
All these years, and then they put the label on, it.
There you go. I do have a nice copy of that. Yeah.
I want this.
Yeah, I do like that.
The cover is great. You got Superman, Jesus. It's pretty awesome.
Pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Very, very much so.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, actually.
That's an undervalued key.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I think that people take it for granted because I think that it is not a particularly. It is a common book, pretty much a common book, because people were keeping all of those pretty well. But finding them in high grade is a trick. Finding them is perhaps not, but they're not all that. Even at that, they're not that cheap. Then the last one I have was again a FOMO thing. When the first inkling came out about the cartoon series with the monsters, the creature commandos, and when the first trailer came out where they were showing them, slicing and dicing and all that stuff, I said I better get me a copy of that because I'll probably have a hard time getting it. And
nice.
This was the highest grade I could get before the speculation. When you got to 9, the price is just there were none to be found that were of anywhere approaching, and this one was mispriced because I think it had been sitting for a while, and the guy had a price and he didn't adjust his price, and that's how I got it.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's one that I would hope I could find at my shop, but I just haven't found it yet.
Yeah, that's a nice one, man. That's a.
Do you know the thing about Joe Kubert? You'll notice that everybody's got 5 o'clock shadow, or they've been flying behind in an airplane that has oil coming out of it, They all look dirty and grimy. I mean,
Yeah.
Sergeant. And the thing I also noticed that even the women have 5 o'clock shadow with Kubert. It's
I
true.
don't know.
You look at
You
Enemy
think so?
Ace and you look at the women, and they all got a 5 o'clock
They're
shadow.
lower.
I'm
At
a
least they
big,
don't have an Adam's apple, and
I'm a
that
big fan
says
of
something
Kubert.
else is going on. But I mean, but they all had a 5 o'clock shadow.
You just back off of Kubert, Mister.
This pump action Daisy 840, my brother had. I had the 1896 lever action BB gun, this one was a fancier one that my brother said, he'd like to get the fancier ones if he could, and the thing really fired hard. I mean, it really shot hard shots, but they cheaped out on the locking mechanism where you ran the slide, and the little plastic piece that should have been metal, but he had it for a while and then it broke, and then you couldn't use it anymore. So the design on this particular BB gun was not good, and people call them and then they have the Daisy rifles on the back. I always feel as though I should say, and I'll just say it here because it's a pet peeve. No BB gun is a rifle because there's no rifling in the barrel. A pellet rifle is a rifle because you do have rifling, but a BB gun is a smooth bore, and so that's why you have to have BBs that are as perfectly round as possible. If you buy cheap BBs that would have a imperfection on the BB itself, if you fire it, then you'd get these things where they would curve and they would wow out. If you had perfectly round BBs, they actually would stay pretty well straight. So anyway, those are my lemon tree is now planted and the field is done. So
Let me show Stepper this book. I got to help with groceries, but I just wanted to show him.
I saw you.
This is Strange Tales 96, The Dream of Doom, where he's like waking up in his dream, thinking he's dreaming it, and it's true. There's a beautiful Kirby. Like I think this is the first 12 cent or something maybe, and something like that. Yeah, it's just a good one. I love this cover so much.
I don't have that one.
Oh,
That's a beauty.
Very
All
good.
right, I'll see you in a minute.
Yeah.
P's and Q's.
Tag me in.
I told you it would be.
Tag me in. I pulled some books for your show, Bleak.
So badly.
Yes, I know. I know you would.
I want to show this off because I talked about it before, and I talked about it on Biggie's show. This is where the actual new Avengers appear in issue 3. The series. A lot of people are selling the number 1, that's the first title, but they're not called the New Avengers until this issue. They all come together, and that's the New Avengers, and you can find it in newsstand. So that's one. I've showed this off before, but it's always great to show that off.
That's a beauty.
Double sign. This is from way back in the day from Midtown Comics. So that's an old COA.
Which number is that?
This issue
Number
1.
one.
That's a variant with Yelena on the cover.
Now, is that in your PC or is that for sale?
That's in my PC.
Fair enough.
I have. I found this one. I forgot I had it, but this is actually a 1 in 100 Stefano Storm cover. And the reason why I was looking for my Storm book to show, and I was like, oh, look at this book, because I finally I had so many copies of this book, and I said, hey, let me see if I can get a 9.8 out of one of them. So I ended up getting a 9.8 from a submission I sent. Sent like 2 of them off. I thought they were the highest graded ones, and one of them came back a 9.8. The Michael Turner.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, I've never seen that one.
Yeah.
Those new Avengers books are pretty awesome because I'm going to tell you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are all keys. 11, 12. Jesus, man, what a run of keys.
Yeah,
16.
That's a good little run. That's a good little run. But I think that was issue 4 I showed. 3. Issue 3.
That was issue 3. Yeah, that was
issue 3. Is CGC notates it as the first new Avengers, and they give the whole name of the team. So I had a couple of these, so I'm happy to keep one, but I'm gonna let this one go finally since they did the trailer. But This is the 1 in 50 Jen Bartel Ironheart, Rita Williams Ironheart. This is actually her first run as Ironheart because she did a run with Invincible Iron Man, but which they never should have did. They should have just did her own run because she wasn't. I mean, her backstory is not taking over like Iron Man. She's her own character.
That Turner cover is beautiful. I never saw that one.
Yeah, it's really nice. It used to be this book used to be over I'm close to $1,000.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and that was way before she was in a Teat movie and anything else. So I finally got my first. I already had my first appearance, but I got my second and third appearance of what's his name in X-23. So I got this one. It's double sign, 9/4. Looks to be a little bit better. Joe Quesada, Middleton.
Who that? Did you ever watch X-Men Evolution?
No.
No, that's she's like a character like Harley Quinn. She showed up in that cartoon before she showed up in the comics.
Talking about X-23?
Yeah.
Is that her again? Who drew that?
This is on the back. This is Josh Middleton cover. So this is issue 5, I believe. Yeah, so this is the third appearance of her. This is actually from the SRP collection, SRP Apex collection. This is like a collection that they have. I like they sealed the slabs too for the collection. That's pretty cool. But yeah, they this is probably the third collection that was found that CBC gave their own custom label. I think it was like a dad was collecting all high grade modern basically books, and they all came back about either 9/6 or 9/8. So
wow.
I wanted to complete the X-23, first, second, and third appearance, and got that done. The only thing is this one's not a 9/8, but I thought it's cool to have it double signed.
Do you have that other one, her first appearance?
Yeah, it's in my box back here.
You have a 9/8 of that one too?
Yeah.
Good for you.
I used to have. That's one of my. I would say that would be in my Young Avengers run. It used to be because I used to have like 4 of them, and they all were 9/8s. But I ended up going all the way down to 1. Yeah. He says, "Look at that Turok." Yeah, I had it up here, and Stephen pulled his out. But this is like a low grade copy. It's probably like a 3.0, 3.5. But still a pricey book in that grade.
Yes, it is.
Great. But yeah, I just had it up there. I've been changing it up every now and then. So here's another one. I showed Bleeker and the guys off. So got another one. So
Nice.
Sent it off. Came back at 9/8. I'm just waiting for Bleeker to send his off so he can get his 9/8.
yeah, you have a perfect record in that book. I think.
Yeah. Every one I've sent off, I've got 9/8 on. Only once I've got 9/8 on it, but this is a funny story. But CBCS, which that's why I don't use them anymore. I sent this book to CBCS, 2 of them. Came back 9/8, but they said off-white to white pages.
Oh God!
So, well, you sell a lot of your books that you send to CBC. So my question to you, because you also have graded books that you obviously keep in your collection, what do you make of every 10 years you got to resubmit your books?
That's horse manure.
Yeah. And that goes the answer. That's the answer.
I promoted your book on our show on Friday for that Who Dat. I said I showed my copy of that. I have the Mohawk Valley copy of that book in a slab.
That's 6.0 looks really good though.
And I was to say, if you want to get a beautiful copy of this book, I said with great cover colors, and in beautiful shape, I said Who Dat has that, and it's got nice pages too.
Yeah, like a lot of people don't, and you know this stuff, but some people don't really realize when you talk about these Silver Age or even Golden Age DC books, to find them without cream pages is like hitting the lottery.
It's true.
Yeah, it's just something. That's why I was.
I would think finding a book from the 60s and 70s is hard to find without, like, come on, white pages in a book like that, even off white pages, that's insane.
What's crazy is the Marvel copies. You might have chipping on them, but you'll have better page quality. But the DC ones probably will look better structurally, but then the page quality will be like creamed off white or something.
And you gotta remember too, 60s and 70s, everybody smoked everywhere.
Well, it's also the process by which how they made how they processed the books, and when they processed the paper, the chemicals that they used, and the exposure to oxygen for how the acids were reacting with the inks and everything else. So if you see an Action 252, almost without exception, the right edge has a slightly darker. If you look at that one, I think you do too. You have a slightly darker right edge, the open edge. And that's because all of them are like that. That's just the way they are.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Who did that cover?
1959.
Kubert, I think that's a Kubert cover.
Kubert, yeah, Joe
Yeah,
Kubert.
that's a beautiful cover.
This is actually the origin of the Viking prints, but it's also the first Ravenbold single issue. So this is from the Secret Sound collection. This is actually collections I think was from Oregon or Washington. It's on the northwest. I've been on this crazy thing of getting stuff out of collections and pedigrees. And, this is one of them. I just thought it was a cool cover.
It's a beautiful book. It's a gorgeous book.
But talk about the page quality. See, creamed off white. So it's just one of those things.
You had me at Viking, buddy. You had me at Viking.
That's just how they live. That's how they survive.
Yeah. So that one was cool to get.
I wonder if it's just more ink being put into the book. Like DC used more ink on the covers.
Another one I haven't showed. So this is from the Bethlehem collection, but Army of at War, not of War, at War, 164.
What a beautiful cover strike that has. The color strike
this
on
is
that.
like-
It's an inch thick.
It's so like dark and pops.
It's
Like, you can hold it
rich.
back.
That's
Yeah.
lush. Love it.
So it's when this came up on auction, I said, and I saw the price, I said, y'all must be crazy. This book looks amazing.
So I don't know that much about labels except for like blue and yellow. What does the brown mean?
It's gold,
That's
and that means it's
pedigree.
pedigree.
Okay.
Pedigree. Yeah, pedigree, and it's from
It's
from
from a collection.
right on the collection. But this is actually hard to get in a high grade because it's an 80-page giant.
Yeah, those
80-page
square
giant.
bounds, man.
Yeah,
are hard
it's like
to get.
square bound. It's in beautiful.
They take a
shape.
beating over time. The staples
Yeah, it
pop
has a little
through
big
if they
stamp.
use staples. Like square bounds are a pain in the ass.
Love the date stamp. It's not in the way at all. That's perfect.
It says I think this is December 15th. I think it's 16th.
It's amazing that there's.
This stamp is from 65.
It's
This came
amazing
out
that there's
66.
actual collectors that just buy date stamps. Like they love the date stamp on their things. So
Yeah, that one's. I like the history of a lot of stuff. That's why I've been liking the pedigrees and collections, and goes along with the date stamps. It kind of I like history, and I love getting this stuff to talk about the history of books and stuff. So I got like 4 more I'm going to show after this one. So there's another one.
Oh, there you go.
This is from the Mohawk Valley. Justice League of America. So this one here is also origin and first appearance of Dr. Destiny. I don't know much about
Dr. Destiny. Dr. Destiny plays a huge part in the Sandman series.
That is exactly how the Mohawk Valley books look. That is exactly the same. They have the same. My book has the same thing about it, because the way they were stored. But the actual color strikes on those things, I mean, they're just structurally they're beautiful, and the color strikes are just like an inch thick.
Yeah, you can as I said. Every time I hold it back here, I say you can tell the color is so good. But like you said, you can see like a little. How they store a little.
That's how they live, man. I mean, that's just how they were printed.
So that's just how it was, man. But
Yeah, that's a
And
beautiful cover.
about Destiny, he had his medical license revoked for his treatment of seals.
Who did that cover? Who dat?
Oh shit.
Mike. I don't know how to say it. Mike Savowski.
Mike Sikowski.
There you go.
And
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Sikowski actually did some early Adam Strange work, and I think in Showcase. Gil Kane did too. But Sikowski, he was good. A lot of guys didn't want to ever draw the Justice League or Adventure with the Legion because they didn't want to have to draw so damn many characters. And Sikowski was the one that would do that. But the thing about it, if you look at some of the if you look at some of the interior art, if you look at some of the interior art for all the characters, Wonder Woman on the inside, a lot of times they'd have these screwy panel alignments where they would kind of have a center section of the page, and she looked like a garbage can with arms and legs. I mean, he squashed her down. It was really weird, but Sikowski's good.
I guess they told him to put all the characters on there, and he's like, okay, but you got to look so tiny as Superman and Batman. Like, got them all on there.
Brad says too many characters. Too many characters. Go pick up a Perez book. Jeez Louise.
I know.
Oh, the DC versus Marvel book.
Any of those.
These are from the Fantastic collection, which I own a couple of Fantastic books. Anyway, this guy here, he was basically a hoarder, and he bought the books like behind his wife's back, or I say behind her back, but it's like they didn't know about the collection. The wife and the son.
He had like a secret panel in his house. He was like a smuggler.
Yeah.
Books. That man went to extreme lengths to collect books. Like we all should strive to be as engineering as that man was. He had a secret panel in his house, like a comic book villain. He's like, you know what? Let me just move this side panel, and here I am.
Yeah, he had so many books. They ended up doing a documentary. It's on Amazon. I know that. And you can hear about the story behind it. So, like I said, I have some of the books already, but these are the ones I'm going to sell. But this is the third appearance of Shang-Chi.
Nice.
But all of his books, they didn't press any of them when they sent them out. They look higher grades. All of them look higher grades, whatever the grade it says. So this actually looks like a 9.0, but it's given an 8.0 grade. But it's also, I think, the first appearance. No, it was his first issue. This is the first issue.
It's the first issue.
First official issue.
Russell,
I like the custom label
I don't think
too.
I ever saw his first appearance in the slab that you got, that you got back. His first appearance. Do you have that close by? I'd love to see it.
I have it. I'll have to get it out the BCW box, but I have it literally. It's right next to me. I'll show these two off, and then I'll grab it.
I don't think I ever saw it in the slab.
Yeah. So so these are the last two, and I'll grab that other book. But this is the third appearance of Red Sonja in a 9.2.
Oh, I still got to get 23. I got 24, but I still got to get 23.
But yeah, if you want a third appearance,
I want a first appearance.
Well, if you want a third.
I like the label, but like I said, it's a history
I want her
about.
25th appearance.
Stop tempting me, Satan. Get out of here with that.
Look at the guys with the knives and stuff, man. Look at that.
Get out of here with that third appearance.
Nice voice, man.
It's a 9.2.
A famously secretive collector owned that book. He had a secret panel in his house and everything. You have
I know. He's really
Unless you're gonna
sneaking
build a
it up.
secret panel, then you don't. I mean, if you don't have a secret panel book, then I mean, you
And
pay someone.
the funny thing about that collection, I don't even think they either sold or gave, because Harley Lee has some of the books as well, and I don't think he's probably touched more than probably 15% of like out of the collection. You know what I mean? It's so many.
Yeah.
But he had dude had like a dozen giant size X-Men ones.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Like a dozen, and they're all the lowest grade I saw was a 9.2. The rest were like 9.6, 9.8.
What is okay?
Beautiful.
How do you even get a book like that graded? The money that you have to spend to get a book like that graded is insane.
They probably made a deal with CDC.
Like Steppo, how much would it cost for you to get your, what is it, a 1.5 Captain America regraded? That'd be insane.
This is the reason. When I bought those, when I had the work done on those on my Seven Seas books, where I had those, and then I had the Phantom Lady and all that other stuff. Basically, the cost of the CGC cost was almost $2,400.
Jeez Louise, man.
And if you have any kind of work done on them, it basically when they have to do the if there was checking for restoration, if there's any restoration, I was out almost $6,800 because I had a little bit of restoration removed on a couple books. And so at $6,800 for 7 books to be done.
God dang.
So I look at my Mile Highs. Am I going to send those in and have them slabbed? Hell no, I won't do it.
That's insane. That's why Monty doesn't want to do it too, I think. Not to mention that he's paranoid about all that stuff, but like,
what scared me?
We got a 9.6 fucking giant size X-Men, a 9.2.
No, but the
No,
difference
what
is
scared him away 100% is what happened to me at Dallas. That was the end of it when
I know.
No, but the other thing too is that like just like who that said like I mean when you talk to somebody, because what happens is that like these people, like you said, like if you watch the thing, like his family had no idea he was collecting like this. Like they didn't know anything about it. Like I said, he had like a secret panel, like a secret room in his house. So like you pushed a wall or something like that, and all of a sudden like you went back there and they found it. They're like, what the hell is all this? So then they reached out to people, and then of course, someone looked and was like, oh my god, like you have all this stuff, and then after that, like so they definitely struck a deal with the guy. Like, look, we'll do like this, and we'll cut this.
They had the first custom label for any collection, because usually CGC just put whatever collection of it, the name of the collection on it.
Yeah. But like they definitely cut them in, and it was just like, look, like we'll grade all this stuff. Like if you can come up with, let's say like $24,000, something stupid like that, like we'll grade all this stuff for you. And whatever you make, and then they probably get
the son had his own. I think the son is a lawyer or something.
Like he had the money to do it.
Hold on,
and that was the thing.
Enemy Ace, nice.
You're muted, Biggie.
It's a big ordeal behind everything. I gotta watch. I started watching the.
Yeah, we just can't hardly hear you. That's all. Where are you? There you go.
I got this from Steppo. It's a really high grade Enemy Ace, and this is a book me and Steppo like. Before I met Steppo, I would always tell people this is one of my favorite covers.
We share that, boy. Oh boy.
He's frozen.
He's froze.
But yeah, like Splash's collection will potentially end up being that way.
Apparently his wife left him over his collection. Is that the case?
Oh, the guy in the thing.
I don't know.
The guy in that movie.
Thomas is talking.
I don't know if it was anything like that. I just know that I know that his family didn't know. They didn't know anything about it. And then the guy was a lawyer, so he was just like, he's like, I don't know what to do with all this. But like he started looking up the values, and he realized that like it was really valuable collection. So then he started reaching out to people, and then he definitely struck a deal to get all those things graded. I'm sure that CGC probably gets a little bit of what he sells and everything like that, just because they graded everything and they know he's gonna make a crazy profit. But I mean, it just was one of those
extortion. I think it's extortion to have them charge a percentage. I really don't care for it.
I mean, I don't know.
Turns me off.
It's like I do all the hard work. I have the book. It's like, I want to make money off of that book. If I touch it now, I get to make extra money. That's BS, man.
Well, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know that that's specifically what happened. I'm sure that they made some type of arrangement.
They take some of the profit of your book because it's being slabbed.
Yeah.
They get a cut of the value of your book for having it slabbed. I don't like that. It's the same process for every book to have it slabbed, encapsulated, inner sleeve, and then encapsulated, and a label made. The cost is the same, and yet they're going to charge you hundreds or thousands of dollars more because it's a valuable book, because they want their cut of the appreciated value from being graded.
Exactly.
They did that to me. I sent in an NYX3. There's only I sent like 5 of them, but one time they bumped it up into another tier, And
Yeah.
that value tier was like $1,000. And I said the book in a 9.8 didn't even sell for at that time. Didn't even sell for $1,000. I said, why did y'all bump me up? They were like, I was like, come on, man.
Well, you know why? If I remember correctly, that was around the time that they were doing that. What's it called? Like they started to get the hype with the Logan movie, and like, oh, X-23 is going to be in it, and I think that's why they hit you with that extra charge.
Yeah, this is this book I'm actually going to be bringing to Dallas because Keith Davis is going to be there, and he did the
Nice.
voice of the voodoo guy.
Oh, you know what you should do?
Huh?
If you have a Spawn 1, he was the voice of Spawn. You should get him to sign that too.
But do this one. This is gonna be experience with me, my wife.
I'd get it.
That's their favorite movie.
Is that Bonnie's book?
Yes, I actually forgot I had it because I had her books in a whole nother box, so I don't really mess with it. And then I started looking at books to bring to Dallas, and it clicked. I said, "Oh, Keith Davis just announced he's gonna be there." So I was like, "This would be a perfect name for him to sign because he was a major player in this movie, and I already have the princess, the lady who played the Princess Tiana, so that'd be really cool to get him to sign it."
I read you loud and clear, Monty. I'm on yours. I agree with you completely.
Apparently,
are you ready? Or like with the demons, they take people's souls away.
Well, let's get into some keys of the week because that's.
Before we do that, can I just bring up one thing? I know Boston Chris will be mad if I don't, but
sure.
I have to bring it up, and you'll know at the end why. There's a new actress that got cast in the role of the new Buffy the Vampire Slayer remake, Ryan Armstrong. She is most notably known for her role in, you ready for it? Skeleton Crew. Guys, you should go watch Skeleton Crew.
Yeah.
That was perfect, Laker. That was perfect.
I'll give you one better than that. So, the lady that played Faith on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, she actually goes to the school that I work for. I've talked to her a bunch of times. Like when she calls in, she gets me, and I'm like, "Hi, how are you?"
Oh,
and I have to pretend like
boy.
I don't know who she is.
Look at that. That is so beautiful.
Batman, Superman, World's Final. We got.
Thanks, Russell. Thank you very much.
The Batman Who Laughs is back.
Oh, Rad's backstage.
He must have heard a new joke. If he's back.
I'll show it again once we finish with the keys of the week.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I'll put Rad up there. Give me a second. There you go, Rad. Now back to this. We got keys of the week. We got Batman, Superman, World's Finest, number 39, Key Facts, We Are Yesterday crossover, part 4.
Really? That's it?
That's
what
it.
The hell?
It's part of the story.
What is that?
It's part of the story. It's same as that Secret Wars.
It's part of a story. Did you know that Batman 1125 is a key because it's Batman 1125?
Well, I mean, but then,
I must have missed that one.
It's ridiculous.
Then, if we're looking at Secret Wars, I mean, you look at that, like there's a bunch of different keys throughout that. Like, I mean, the first book really is basically out of the story.
All right, you guys, stop leaving and coming. There we go.
That's kind of how that works, man. You get those,
so that's ridiculous. We Are Yesterday, part 4 of 6. So there's still 2 more keys to come, people. Batman and Superman yesterday, today, as Gorilla Grodd's vicious temporal onslaught upon the Justice League continues, the Dark Knight and Man of Steel, from the time of the World's Finest, get a horrifying glimpse into their own future and the tragedies to come. It's Minute by Minute Mayhem in the epic new installment of We Are Yesterday crossover with Justice League Unlimited. Meh. It's got 3 variants. I don't know why it's a key. It might be a cool story, though. I bet you it's a good story. TM, you like this story?
World's Finest is one. I'm not reading World's Finest, but I'm reading Justice League Unlimited, and Justice League Unlimited is really good.
There's a couple cool covers, I guess. Like that one's pretty cool. I don't understand the key fact of this. I think it's ridiculous. This is why I put a light on this every week. I think it should not be considered a key. I like the fact that Batman Who Laughs is in there, I guess. That's cool.
So what about series that people have read that in the past that people are like, oh, like this is a good series, you should buy all this. It's a key run for this.
It's a key run. This is the key run. The whole Frank Miller run. It's a key run.
I understand. No, but that's what I'm saying. It's like that. That's why it's like that. Just because they figure if it ends up growing more legs or something happens that's big, like that's what it'll end up being.
I know, it's silly. I don't like it. Hulk and Doctor Strange #1. All right, Hulk and Doctor Strange. That's an interesting team up. 40-page one-shot that teams Hulk and Doctor Strange. Backup story that teams May Parker and Agatha Harkness. All right, that's why it's a key. That's a
40 pages.
I am immune to the siren call of these books.
I don't understand why, Stephen. They're not screaming. They're not screaming to you. Buy me. It's got 3 variants. Some of the variants are probably cool. They usually make some cool variants for these. Hulk has always got good covers. That's nice. Not sure.
I just don't like the banner.
Yeah, I don't love that trade dress, to be honest. Like the whole banner idea. It doesn't do
looks
it
better on the last one.
Yeah.
Agree with that. That's interesting, I guess. Nothing, it's okay. This I don't like at all, but maybe that's just my.
In some ways, I don't like the cover. I like the trade banner on that one better.
Yeah, they should make the other ones like that.
The trade banner.
Not a huge fan of that art style, but it's probably somebody awesome that I'm gonna regret saying I don't like them. Like, that's this person. How can you not like them? They're the best. All right, so that's enough of that. Spawn, The Curse of Shirley Johnson. Oh, Shirley.
Oh my God, Shirley! I thought I knew her, and look what she did.
She's got curses. All right. I don't hate the initial cover. Actually, I really like this cover, but
Spawn always kills it on covers.
Yeah, I'm partial to Spawn covers. It's got 4 variants. Let's check out the key facts. Harkening back to Spawn #5, 1992, this series explores the afterlife of Shirley Johnson, a 7-year-old girl who became the Billy Kincaid's 28th victim. First appearance of the Stranger, first appearance of the Crimson Seraph, and first appearance of Beliafan. You know what? At least it's got first appearances. I can appreciate that as being a key. It's a #1. I'm always a sucker to buy a #1. Let's check out the variants for that. Okay, I knew there was going to be some cool variants.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I like that second one. The second one is...
This actually might sell just because the cool.
Well, I think that like my shop isn't getting Image Spawn right now, so they're probably making a little,
I really like that
trying to get people to keep pulling it.
That's pretty awesome.
I may get that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd buy it. I just can't get it.
That is cool AF. Blank is in there, and then of course the black and white version of the one we just looked at. It's $6, whatever, high, $2 mid, $1 low. It's probably what are Spawn books now? $4, I think.
Yeah.
The regular Spawn is $2.99.
No, I think he had to up the price. I know he upped the price.
No, the regular book is $2.99. All
Still
extra
$2.99?
side arcs are $3.99.
You don't have to fucking yell, bro. It's all right. It's okay.
Well, I mean, I was trying to get my sentence out.
You're gonna be fine.
Well done, Aaron.
Yeah. This one is $5.99 if you close up on the thing.
A little anchor in that
Like
sentence.
I know, Rad. You pick up a lot of the Spawn. Are you going to be picking up this?
Yeah, I get everything Spawn Universe.
Yeah.
I just buy main title Spawn, and
TM, I
I can't
enjoyed your interview with Alan. I enjoyed it. I like the
Oh,
books.
thank you,
I like
man.
the books. I like the books that you showed, and the thing I like the most is that because you're one of our gang, everybody that you're referring to are friends of ours. You know, we're all friends. And so it says, and I got this from Bleecker Street Comics that you might know about Bleecker Street Comics, you know, or, you know, it's just, you're bringing up all of us and all of our shtick and informative at the same time. Both my spouse and I really enjoyed your show. You did a good job.
Alan always has.
Oh, thank you, Steph. Appreciate it.
TM used to do the same thing actually on his show. He
Oh
used,
yeah, you were, yeah.
he used to do chatting with the community, which was pretty cool. He was I think it was one of my first times being on YouTube was with TM.
I liked how you build up each book, you know, now this book, you know. And I go, what do you got? What is it?
We got Spider-Man and Wolverine #1. Premiere issue of an ongoing series is the key fact. Sounds like tripe. But okay, all right, cover's all right. I don't see a reason for it being a key, but that's okay.
That was one
That
of the
other one
books
is
that
a
was
novel.
in this the action auction that I like to go that has Beta Ray Jim. And he has each dollar you spend, you go onto the prize wheel.
Okay.
And so there was one guy that had, I don't know, maybe 250 bucks he spent out of 600 and change for the whole night, Draxina. And he was getting, you know, winning and winning. And so, you know, but the thing is, the first wheel spin, the nicest book that he has in the prize pack gets to be given away. And I won last night. I got the first pick, which was a foil of Storm. I think it's by Zerti or DNA. I can't remember the one or the other, but it's the sort of the silver look to her. But it's beautiful, you know, giving away all these really cool books. But that cover of Spider-Man Wolverine was one of the, I think it was a Virgin variant of that book, was one of the books that was for sale last night with him. It was very interesting.
I just because it's fun, I can imagine it'll be like a fun book.
That was the one. Yeah, that was the one that he was that was for sale. And a lot of times it'll be either $8, $10, or $15. Generally, that's what he will do. So it isn't like 25 or 30, which a lot of times you will see.
Well, it's a new book that just came out. It's a variant, so that makes sense. I don't see much reason. Like, it's not much of a key.
It doesn't blow up my dress. I mean, it really doesn't.
Me neither. Spider-Man and Wolverine, bound to be a good team up, I guess.
Of course, it depends on what kind of a dress I'm wearing.
But I guess like Spider-Man and Wolverine would be a lot like. I'm sort of more interested in Wolverine and Deadpool at the moment. I know it's being done and it's been done, but I'm more interested in that.
Not me.
Not Piggy Shack. Superman Unlimited #1, premiere issue of an ongoing series. It's written by Dan Slott. Everybody likes Dan Slott.
Yeah. I'm getting multiple covers of this. I'm not a big fan of this cover, but like a lot of the other covers I'm definitely getting.
There are 12 variants to this, so that makes sense.
Dan Slott's good at finishing a story. I don't know about starting one, but finishing, he's really good.
I know there's one Superman book I'm looking for is the Crypto book.
Yeah.
I think that's out in July, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or is the one that's already out, the one where he's on the cover by himself?
I want the Jay Lee cover where he's like a baby Superman about to fall off the building, but Crypto's holding on to his cape, keeping him from falling off.
So
I haven't seen
that's
that.
one of the
Cute.
covers
Sounds
I'm getting.
good.
This one here.
I'm getting that one. Yeah, that's Frank Quietly. I love Frank Quietly.
It's like Batman, Superman. It's kind of weird.
None of these are, as like Steven has been pointing, none of these are blowing up my dress, but I don't hate that. I guess it's all right.
It's all right, but you know,
Ohio.
Ohio. It's all
Everybody's
Ohio.
going
You knew that. It's
crazy.
all Ohio.
Everybody's going crazy for that one, but I'm not getting that one.
I love Perillo. That's Perillo.
That's
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
got the full headshot of Harley Quinn by Perillo, the Virgin variant and the trade. I think both. If you haven't seen it, it's very Carla Cohen looking.
That's
I dig
that one right there. I am getting that one for sure. That one, like I pre-ordered that one. I love that.
That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I see what you're. I see some. Oh fuck.
Oh, James Gunn has
I
got his first cover.
I did.
Dang.
I did.
First
That's
cover
another one I did
appearance.
get.
Yeah.
I did get this one because
Is-
I do
feel
like
like
James
he's been
Gunn
on
and
a
I do like the
different
new Superman.
I feel
Cover
like I've
art,
seen him on a different book actually.
cover art featuring CEO.
You might be right, Biggie. I feel like
Yeah.
I've seen him on another one as well.
I think this would be the only one that's probably an actual key in the whole lot. Would be the one with James.
Kind of in the same art style too, Tim. And just like that.
I don't know. That's all right. Rad, would you get one of these blank covers?
I would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I try to grab every blank I can.
Yeah, I figured.
I like all the new Supergirl. The cover the Supergirl ones. There are a whole bunch of really cool ones. You know, one of 250. I think you were showing last week, and I FOMO'd that, and I went online and I ordered some, and some of them are going to be coming back 9/8. In other words, you know, we guarantee a 9/8 or whatever of certain books. And I want them because I really do love Supergirl. I really love I mean, I've got it. You know, I'm no Matt Atkinson. I am no Matt Atkinson. I admit that. But I got a lot of adventures with Supergirl in them. I mean, a lot. And I have that Supergirl that I got that Panini one from MT, which is another reason I'm kind of sad that it kind of went the way it went, because he has some very nice things, but I can't. It's just one of those things.
No, it's hard to be a Matt Atkinson. It's very difficult, but we all strive. We strive.
He's got a pretty good Supergirl collection actually.
The Vision and the Scarlet Witch.
I wonder if White Vision will ever come back.
Yeah, he'll come back. 5 issue.
I think so.
And Scarlet Witch 50th anniversary wedding occurred in Giant Size Avengers #4. All right.
Rad, I think he will because of Wonder Man. Like after the Wonder Man show, I think there's still talks
Are they still
that
doing Wonder Man? I thought that was
yeah.
It comes out December. It comes out
I'm low key excited for Wonder Man. Like I know nothing about the character, but I'm excited for the show.
Wonder Man is
Yeah,
a dumb
yeah.
character,
About
dude.
stuff, you know, I generally avoid Loki, but I mean, what else can you do?
You know, I'll give you a short synopsis to him. He's like a guy that wants to be an actor and it turns into a superhero. Like it's pretty stupid.
Pure energy. He's made out of pure energy, and at the end, they turn his brain waves into Vision. So he is Vision.
This battle,
Yeah,
piece
yeah,
thing
so
with those wrap covers, those red covers that they have, those things are evidently are quite hot. And all those Battle Beast covers, they were selling a bunch of these where guys would buy them, you know, don't know what they've got, and then they would open them up on camera to see what they landed, you know, for, you know, because it could be, you know, like one of 1,000, or, you know, I mean, they're pulling these books out.
That's the ultra rare apparently, and its price tag
Yeah.
is down, high for $20, mid 8. I'm sure people are trying to sell them for a lot more.
There was a discussion. There was a discussion in a chat about how like, oh, it's retailer, like, oh, look at these guys, they're just trying to get money out of us and stuff. It's like, oh, look, like they're the problem. It's like, no, like, we're technically the problem because we keep buying them.
Hold on a second. Oh my God, a company's trying to get money out of us. They're trying to sell me a product.
I've never heard of that ever happening before.
Yeah.
Anyone?
That's
Has anyone
worse.
heard that?
They're giving me what I want so they can make money. That's awful.
Yeah, exactly.
This is
like if
crazy
we
talk.
I know we complain a lot about like so many covers and there's so many variants, but we keep buying them. And so
What I like
companies are looking at
about
us being like, hey, you know what? These idiots are going to continue to buy them. We're just going to continue to put them out.
What's that, Rad?
what I like about the Battle Beast book, though, is I think it's bringing new collectors into the hobby again.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree.
I did hear.
Well, they didn't.
I did hear it said that in a chat that I'm in that somebody doesn't like the idea of comic books becoming Pokemon cards, where you don't know what you're buying. Is this going to be just the new thing where you don't know what you're buying? Here's your cover.
It's basically gambling that you're going to hit a big book.
Yeah.
And that's very attractive. You know, it's I only paid $5 and I got the 1 in 1,000. And it's like a lottery. It's a semi-lottery is what it is.
But I'll argue too that mystery boxes have been a thing for a while. That's you don't know what you're getting out of those. Like
I don't like pull boxes that you don't know what you're buying. We got a $15 to $20 pull box, and then they look in there and they don't look at what they're pulling out, and then you get Night Nurse number 4. I mean, I'm sorry, if I'm spending the money, I want to know what I'm buying.
That's fair. I like knowing what I'm buying. I don't really do mystery boxes too often.
No, I look at it like this. Because when you say, like, there's a lot of we do this and we do that. I say define we, because me personally, wouldn't go ahead and do none of that nonsense. What I would do is I would say, hey, you know what? I'm just gonna buy a back issue, so I don't give a shit one way or the other. And
let the hype die and buy it favorably in high grade at your convenience, and you'll get it. If you buy in the hype, if you have to have it first. There's a lot of stuff about that.
Well, I'll probably buy this eventually. I like Battle Beast. I think Battle Beast is a cool character, so I will buy it.
I'm picking up the series.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You can buy that. I'm saying like the like what people are like, oh, the blind, and this is how we're gonna do things and this and that. Like, no, like as far as like I don't really buy new books at all. So it's like for me, what I would do.
I got 2 of them.
The only one out of that whole thing that I would buy, outside
of
maybe buying
about?
I would buy the blank, and that's about it. I would, and I'll find the blank somewhere. Somebody will have it.
This is the hot 20, by the way. We've gone from Keys of the Week to hot 20.
If it's
go ahead, Mickey. What were you gonna say?
If it's a series that you like, yes. Yeah. Like, this ain't the first fucking blind bag, by the way. Walking Dead did it in like 2018. So
weren't those packs?
Same creator too.
You're not wrong, but I'm just wondering how everybody feels about the blind bag thing.
Like I said,
I've heard people talk bad about it. I've heard people like it. I'm interested.
All right,
I'm waiting for real back issue books to get into blind bags. If they start having big books that are back issues, I'll buy in a little bit. Right. Go ahead.
So I ended up getting 2 of the blind bags, but I didn't spend any money on it because I if you know, like Capcan Comics, you can get points that you can put towards pre-orders, and when I bought my new Teen Titans books, I accumulated points. So I ended up getting 2 of those blind bags for free. So would I get them? Yes. But would I spend money on them? No.
Okay.
It's about the same thing. Like, it's just like spending money. But yeah.
Marvel Team Up number 14 is the next one. This is distributed in the Battle Beast number 1 blind bag. So if you're lucky enough to get that, you got this, I guess, in the blind bag. That's pretty cool.
Ho hum.
Spidey and Invincible hanging out together. That's interesting. In an Image title, I think that's pretty cool.
I mean, at least it looks like a back issue book, but it ain't. Like,
No.
In the story, that's a reprint of the main story. Invincible crossed over into tons of comic books, not just Spider-Man. He crossed over into Spawn. He crossed over into a ton of them.
It makes
trying to make it go.
Spawn. At least Spawn's part of his Image, but
so having a blind bag foil of this book and other ones makes the regular ones more expensive, and people like always be playing it. That's why whenever they do, I'm not saying that you can't do facsimiles, but like depending on what the book, like if there's a book that you're looking for that might be hard to get, if they start making facsimiles of it, that book will never come down. Just for the mere fact that there's cheap facsimiles out there, and now they're gonna try to it's harder to get people to know what's real, what's not, and everything else. So I think that was a stupid idea to put something like that and make the blind bag foil. Fuck up. Who cares?
This is trending 20. This is new this week apparently. Invincible first.
That's the blind bag. That wasn't a blind
This
bag.
is still blind bag. God dang, it's all blind bag stuff.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
Let's get to something good. Oh, thank God.
Wait about 6 months. Wait about 6-7 months, and you'll have your choice of these things in various. They're going to be around for that.
So this has gone up a little bit. Apparently, this is trending. We got the first appearance of Beta Ray Bill. Finally, something good.
A real book.
A real book.
That's a real book. I agree with you.
Why is Beta Ray Bill trending?
Because he's rumored to be in the Annihilus movie that they're doing with Star-Lord.
I did hear about
TM.
doing the Annihilators.
Wasn't I just saying the other day Avengers X-Men books were coming, bro? Didn't I just fucking say that, dog? Here they are. I fucking knew it. Motherfuckers are... these motherfuckers.
I have all of these.
109% increase in copies sold.
Oh, good. High is still $3, folks. The high is still $3.
Dude, these books are going to be worth something, dude. These books are going to start popping.
Also bleak.
All right. Yeah, I got a whole box of all of this Avengers vs. X-Men stuff. Oh my God.
Damn it.
Yeah.
There's so many.
I should have made my video. Yeah, I'm going to have to get my speculation out soon. There's not really any keys in there, though. There's no keys in this series.
There's no keys.
Yeah, there is.
What?
There's a
First appearance of Hope.
Hope?
This one's the second appearance of Nova, Sam Alexander.
Yeah, you got Sam Alexander. You have what's it called, the Phoenix Force, they're jumping on to different people. So this is where I'm almost positive that's where Cyclops kills Professor X. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that happens in the movie.
Yeah, I mean, there's shit to happen. I didn't know about Hope, but okay.
Yeah, but these books will pop off just because
Hope is the child of Cable.
we all know it's coming. We all know they're going to put X-Men in Avengers. It's going to happen. It's happening now as we speak.
It's happening.
Like, you know what I mean? It's if you didn't think
And this is the run. Yeah.
Or
Blake, you know what that sounds like? That sounds like spec that is not a spec.
I know, but like
Austin's right though.
remember that one Avengers book I had?
The death of Professor X is the big key.
That's right.
Yeah. That one Avengers book that I had that had them on the cover. I'm like, guys, buy this, please. I'm selling it for $20.
Nobody wanted it.
Please buy it. God damn. Like,
X-Men 9, guys. That's going to be the main one.
Yes, that's true. X-Men 9.
And the annual one, too.
The annual, I think that one was, I can't remember which X-Men that one was.
Oh, look at that. My 49 is on the hot list.
Huh.
So is mine.
You get out of here. We're almost there. Revival number 1. Officer Cypress leads blah 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 blah. Okay.
Oh, the revitalized Citizen Arbitration Team. Now, if that doesn't draw you into a comic book, I don't know what will.
That cover looks horrible.
I think
That's
that
a
has something
shitty
to do
cover.
with Stephen
Don't they
King's
ever use primary colors anymore? What is this block?
I don't know. It looked like a
Jimmy
trash
Prison.
man suit or some shit. What the
don't
fuck
like
are they
it.
thinking?
I don't like any of these covers. Ick.
That was
Like,
Why
Jimmy
do they
Prison's-
always make why do they always make the sketch cover the book? I like color on my comic books. Am I crazy? Don't answer that.
That
Well,
was Jenny Prison's first book.
this is interesting. I just don't like the covers.
I'm waiting
Yeah.
for the ninth. I'm waiting for the 9th printing.
Yeah.
The story behind that was when it came out, was very hot. It's been rumored to be a TV show for a few years now, so
Yeah.
I think it's coming to fruition now. But,
Everything's a TV show nowadays.
I think
Everything.
Stephen King's
that came
done.
out like over 10 years ago.
Here it is.
Yeah, it's old.
Hey, did you just show this book the other night? Somebody
That's-
just showed this.
I
Oh,
just
like-
showed
that-
this.
You
I
showed
just
this
got
today.
it.
Yeah, you just showed this today.
Why is it popular?
Because the rumor
Because I bought it.
Because Steven bought it.
You just got it? Damn.
Yeah, I got it right here.
First
No, I knew you had it, but
First
No,
appearance
I
of
just got it. I never had one
Norman,
before.
Daughter of Magneto, who later takes the name Polaris. So this is the first appearance of
rumor,
One
why
name.
it's popping. Tell you why it's popping. You know, I'm the movie guy. It's rumored casting of Polaris.
Well,
Oh.
it's a Steranko cover is what drew me to it. I wasn't, in fairness, I just was looking at the artwork on the cover, the composition. It wasn't that, I mean, I realize Lorna Dane is a real attracting thing, but it was a beautiful Steranko cover is what sold me on that because it follows right up with the beautiful Polaris 50.
There's
Yeah,
a
the X-Men
rumor
50.
there's a
Yeah, like
rumor
you
that
said-
Nev Campbell is going to play Polaris. So
Yeah.
It's also 50 is people like to forget. 50 is actually where she becomes Polaris. She's
Yeah.
just,
Yep.
Right.
she's just Laura in this issue, which they don't. CGC doesn't notate it correctly. So
No, they don't.
So it is unclear though if she's gonna play Polaris live action or if she's gonna voice Polaris in the X-Men '97 show.
whoa,
It-
that's some
it-
controversy.
it's one of those books that it ain't gonna matter what happens. 50 is always gonna be the bigger book because it's way more stunning. It's
And
just
that's-
a better cover.
That's absolutely fine. You're right. It is a much better cover, but still, this has a number of first appearances.
It's going up now. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
I
good.
think it's a beautiful book.
If you're not-
I
if you're
never
not-
had a chance to buy one.
If you're not buying early X-Men key comics, like they're always going to be
they're all
good.
going out right now.
They're not-
And this might be the first. Blake, this might be the first appearance. That the second appearance is more expensive than the first.
Agreed.
And all, I really
Agreed
still,
totally. That cover is
Well, they
killer
say
for
that about
50.
181 too.
I still
Yes,
want
yeah.
this stupid book.
Yeah.
The Man Called Nova, number one.
I knew a guy who had a lot of those.
Shut up.
Damn it.
First
I was
appearance,
gonna bring.
Origin of Nova.
This is one of the books I was gonna bring to the Biggie Shack's 5 Commandments, but I guess I got to switch this one out now since it's on
It's
here.
already in.
Nova is part
After you
of the
see it,
Annihilator.
yeah, it's
First
Nova,
appearance of
Nova.
Rahman Day, Corpsman, the Nova Corp.
That's
first
easy for you to say.
Robbie Ryder, brother of Nova, Deadline Roberts, project. Okay, so there's a project in development.
Yeah.
Look at that cover.
When
Was
this
that
book
a-
came out, everybody went ho hum. I'm seriously, this thing was nowhere when it came out brand new. I remember it so clearly. I bought it, but it was a ho hummer.
But is this going to be the
Marvel
Nova that they're going to feature, or is it going to be Sam Alexander Nova?
Kid
I-
Nova.
Who knows?
I think they're
It,
gonna go buddy
matter,
cop
though.
like Green Lantern.
If they do Annihilation, it'll be that Nova.
Yeah,
But if they do some kind of Disney Plus thing, like his own show, it would be Kid Nova.
It's gonna be buddy cop like Green Lantern doing it.
I was just gonna say that Marvel just ripped off Green Lantern. Tried to.
So
That's
this-
what they're gonna do. The problem
You mean
is,
the House
they
of
were in development
Ideas?
of
Wait a
Nova
minute,
first.
the House of Ideas would do something like that? Say it isn't so.
Mhm.
but
I'd
the
actually
funny
be
thing is,
very-
Nova wasn't developed before Green Lantern. They just
I'd
dragged
be
their
very
feet on
wary
it.
of this. I'd be very wary of buying this on the high. I would try. And
Oh no, I wouldn't buy that on the high. Just win it from me on a giveaway.
Yeah, but that's and people have.
you could have got it for like $10 from Chris a month ago or so, you know, and
I sold mine for $10 or $15 recently.
There are too
Yeah, I
many,
wouldn't.
there are too many of that book to make it. Anyway,
Yeah, but don't buy it on the high. It's too risky.
and don't buy it when you are high either.
Well, it's a different story. If
I'm
you
not
really
gonna lie, when I was a kid, I really liked Nova. I just liked the helmet. He kind of reminded me of the Rocketeer.
I like Nova.
That's true.
I
That
don't
is
hate
true.
Nova. I like the cover, to be honest, but it's just a wary book. If you're buying it for speculation, yeah,
There's
that's
my first metamorpho.
a hard one.
beautiful.
You gotta.
I like this cover actually.
Sabo jumps ahead. He jumps
Seb was always jumping ahead. Captain America 354. I think I had it right beside me somewhere.
Didn't you have that book for sale?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do. First full appearance cover of John Walker, and he's in the something or other now, right? He's in
Thunderbolts.
Thunderbolts.
And they
Perfect
changed the
casting.
story, and they did a great job with him instead of what
Yeah.
they were going to do. They were going to turn him into like a Red Hulk and
So-
kill him. Like, yeah, so.
This book's probably up again. I don't know how long it'll be up, but you know what? If you have it, sell it. If you don't, try to wait.
I would say if you have
Okay,
it, sell
but-
it and rebuy it when it's back to $10.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Raven the Bold, number 57. Oh, this is a good one. Metamorpho. I got to keep the other one. The next one's hidden, so Steven doesn't jump ahead.
He's over in the corner, so we can't see it right now.
I think he's going to be the one. Metamorpho is going to be the one that causes Superman all the hell in the movie.
Oh yes, right.
Yeah. In the trailer, it looks like he created, like, they know Superman's weakness because it looks like Metamorpho is created the element of kryptonite.
It looks like Lex Luthor has control of the Phantom Zone, or like his own pocket dimension. Like they were showing that prison. It's like a giant prison where they had Metamorpho in it. But then also in the Peacemaker TV show, they showed where Peacemaker is like in a dimension where he opens a door and there's another Peacemaker. So there is like something going on with the pocket dimensions with Phantom Zones.
My theory is that one of those Peacemakers is Clayface. So that's just a theory. You could be right.
It's still copying Marvel, and they should not do that. They should get away from that because they're doing exactly what Marvel.
That's what I'm hoping too.
This is blue chip comic book geekery going on here. I'm telling you, this is blue label, blue chip, gold inlaid comic geekery.
It sure is. I think that you should get this blank down here, Mr. Rad, because I think that would be a wicked cover to draw.
When we come back, I'll show my Metamorphos because you all want to see them.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I do. Yeah, could you imagine, Rad? You've never drawn Metamorpho too, so that'd be a really cool challenge for you.
I mean, to be a little sneaky though, just for you guys, little spec, like if you don't have the first Metamorpho, maybe grab the first Metamorpho girl, which is like issue 4 or so. Grab that one because you never know, dude.
Get that Biggie Shack sneaky, man. Biggie Shack is sneaky. Last of Us, American Dreams. Obviously, we know why this is popular. The show's on, even though people are sort of not loving this season so much. We all knew that was coming since whatever happened. I don't want to spoilers, but bad things happen and people aren't digging it. So, but this book has gone up again. It's been up for a while now. It's cool. I don't know. Don't love the cover, but it's all right.
Don't they use primary colors anymore? Don't they understand? What is this?
If it ain't drab, it ain't something to grab.
That's exactly. That's
it. 192% increase in copies sold this week. I gather that there's probably a large amount of copies of this around, but
No, I think it's not as easy to find as people think.
Really?
Yeah.
This next one I don't understand.
The Savage She-Hulk, number 1, first appearance and origin of She-Hulk, the cousin of Bruce Banner. What don't you
doing some kind of Hulk project. They're doing some kind of Hulk movie.
Oh, are they?
No,
it's a comic. There's a summer event, and she's going to be a big character in it. So
she's supposed to be in Avengers Doomsday.
Yeah. Marvel promotes Jonathan Hickman's summer event Imperial with She-Hulk as a major player. So she's going to be a major player and some nonsense. They really shit the bed on this. This book should be worth more money. I don't even think it's worth $120 in high grade right now, to be honest. But I think
it went up when the show was announced, and then when the show came up, it went down.
Yeah, that show did it no favors at all.
I think what they're doing is, I think they're adding a Planet Hulk storyline into Avengers Doomsday. Like there's going to be 2 storylines going at the same time.
Yeah, that's the concept art, because everybody forgets to forget. Hulk cannot be distributed by Disney. Universal owns the rights to distribute a Hulk anything. So that's why we're never going to get a Planet Hulk movie. So we're going to get a Planet Hulk kind of storyline in Avengers Doomsday, and that's where we get the
Yeah, because they say they're supposed to be doing that. They say, what's his name is supposed to be coming. Maestro Hulk is supposed to be coming. So there's a lot of things hyped and supposed to be coming. We just have to wait and see, I guess. Invincible 19, first appearance of Battle Beast. No wonder, that makes perfect sense. Battle Beast is hot right now, so everybody wants his first appearance.
And that's as I was saying earlier. So that's the actual one if you're trying to collect it for that, that's the one that you want.
I
But
think
now because
they're
there's a
missing
foil,
a key.
there's a foil
The death
facsimile
of
now.
Battle Beast.
Yeah, but the foil facsimile though is going to make that book much more expensive now.
The other one to get a Battle Beast is his first and only cover appearance in Invincible.
Yeah, he's got the big hammer. He's like,
And then also where they kill him, where he dies.
Oh, Doom #1. This is cool. I didn't really pick this.
I got that one. I actually even got that one.
You know why that's hot, Bleak?
Why's that?
Because Robert Downey Jr. took a picture of him like starting with Doom.
Laboratory Essentials.
That book was in the background. The trade of that book was in the background, and the writer shared it and said, "Man, it's nice to see Robert Downey Jr. is taking this character seriously." The
first page of this issue utilizes lyrics from the late rapper MF Doom, who performed in a metal face mask similar to Dr. Doom. Oh, interesting. Okay, so there's some Doom rap lyrics. Hey, I have this one. Finally, I have one.
Hey, Biggie, look at this book. Didn't I just pick this book up like 2 weeks ago?
yeah, I got mine for $1.
I got mine signed by George.
I didn't thought. Oh, you lucky bastard!
I got mine for $1. Like I want to say like a year and a half ago.
The interior art on that book is great.
They're not expensive. It was never an expensive book.
No, it just jumped up for the show.
Jumped up for the show, and thankfully I've got mine signed by Perez, so mine's a little more expensive, but it's not like a hugely expensive book.
I just got it because it's to fill my new Teen Titans run, so I'm getting all of the keys.
It's the first appearance of Vigilante Man in costume. Sorry, in costume. What do we got here? But don't always believe Key Collector. Apparently they're wrong sometimes, I hear. But we'll see. We'll see.
The Hood is going to be an Ironheart.
The Hood is going to be an Ironheart? Okay.
Yeah.
First appearance of the Hood, Parker Robbins, rumored for Ironheart, formerly rumored for Hawkeye.
Yeah, no, he's in the trailer.
Confirmed for the Ironheart TV series. First appearance of John King, the cousin of Parker Robbins.
I like the actor. He was in Transformers.
The Hood makes a deal with Mephisto to become the Hood.
That makes sense. Mephisto seems like the guy that would give him that deal.
Gonna be the darkness versus technology thing.
Hey, who that? You had a lot of this book at one point in time.
Yeah, I still got my personal copy.
Still got good. This book is back in the top trending. Invincible Iron Man #9. First full appearance of Riri Williams. Suits up in prototype armor. Why has this gone up? Is she going to be in another movie? Probably.
Yeah, she got the TV show comes out.
Ironheart, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And that's where the Hood is going to appear.
And
that's why I kind of said I wish they would have did when they made the character. It was not an issue, and then her backstory has nothing to do with Tony Stark. But I wish they would have shot her own series off from the get-go and not put her in Invincible Iron.
Yeah, that would have been better. And Ironheart, yeah, so this is the cameo, I guess, is the second one here. Invincible Ironheart, Iron Man #7. I like Thanos. Thanos is cool. Thanos Imperative Devastation #1. First team appearance of Annihilators. An Annihilators project is rumored to be in development at Marvel Studios.
All of those covers are bangers.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome, actually. I don't hate that at all, to be fair. That's pretty cool. All right.
I'm too old school.
This goes on and off. This is Jessica Jones, right? Yeah, this is the first Jessica Jones. She's back. She's playing the same girl's playing Jessica Jones, I think.
Kristen Ritter.
that's gone back up again. So that makes sense. And
I'm so excited for that. I hope they bring back Mike Coulter as well, and they could pass on Finn, whatever that guy is who played Iron Fist. You can pass on him and bring in the girl who played his sidekick and make her Iron Fist. That'd be alright.
They don't even
I
need
like
to do.
that
They don't even
idea.
need to bring Iron Fist in there. I think they're trying to do Defenders, and guess what? Just put Punisher in the Defenders.
I just want
And
to.
they need to do Iron Fist like they did in the flashbacks. He was right in the flashbacks.
Oh yeah. When he was in,
He actually wore a mask and all, and he looked right. Like it was actually cool.
I would like to point out.
Oh yeah, when he was
trending
fighting the
point-
Germans, I thought and both of his fists were iron fists, and he was kicking. You know, there wasn't enough Iron Fist in Iron Fist.
Yep.
Yeah, there's never enough comic book character in any of those comic book shows. There wasn't enough Moon Knight and Moon Knight. There wasn't enough Iron Fist and Iron Fist. But regardless, this trending 20, I just want to point out, you see everything's trending because news just happened this week. That's usually the reason things trend. This news has been out for a really, 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 really long time. All of these movies, you can go out, you can go look on Marvel database and say, and you can look up to bloody well 2030 that they're projects that they're having. Go buy these books before the news is released that week that they're actually doing something with it. If you want these books before they're too expensive, buy them at a proper time. Don't buy them on the uptime. Like when we're looking at them, it's far too late to go buy them. You have to wait at that point. But there are ways to look at these books or look at what's trending way sooner than what's on this. Go to the Marvel database, go to all those places, and go to Disney, go check out their movie list for the next 10, 15 years that they have planned, and you can figure that out for yourself without using any of this key collector nonsense.
I want to add something, Bleak, because a lot of people are probably on the fence and don't care about this character. I'm going to say one name to get people maybe excited to watch the show. Ryan Coogler. So Ironheart is produced. It's Ryan Coogler's baby. He was there for each. He basically directed it, but they're not going to say he did because they have to pay him more money. But he was there every episode, and that's his show. It's 100%. If you like anything Ryan Coogler did, if you heard about Sinners and and all these other stuff, Fruitville Station, all the stuff that he's been doing, and I think the show's going to surprise a lot of people because Ryan Coogler is batting. I would say he's batting 1,000 with all of his stuff he's done.
Yeah, but again, stop waiting for the news to drop that week. When you can, there are ways to look at it. It's very easy to just go and see what they're doing. Oh, here's the Kung Fu. This was a gift from Steven, was it not?
Yeah, he wanted to see it up close. I put it in my
Susie Q, how are you?
Hi, Susie.
That was a gift from my buddy Steppo. I have it in the PC. I put it in my little box, so that's why I had to dig it out because I keep my boxes separated. Stuff that, like my wife knows this is stuff that means a lot to me. Don't sell, and I got to sell stuff like.
Yeah, keep them separate.
But
I just think that the color strike on that particular, it was a warehouse find, and I got two that so my copy is identical to that book, but
that's beautiful.
That is just
when me and Steven talked about it, it's one of those things that it could have been a 9.6. It was not gonna be lower than a 9.4. It's the color, like it says, very dark. I was happy to flip through it before I sent it off. So I might have made it a 9.4.
I doubt that. I totally doubt that.
No, I was very. You know how you turn, so you're very careful. So I'm like very careful. But yeah, it was a great book, great.
Beautiful.
Everything turned out, great with it. And shout out to I think Dustin is the one that worked on this. So shout out to Dustin from Two Brother Comics. So.
Thank you so much.
No problem. So what do you call him, Biggie? Dustarino?
Oh, Dustarino.
Yeah, no,
I'll
that's
meet up
weird.
with Dustin Reno at,
But again, that's top 20 trending. That is top 10 or top key comics of the week and all that nonsense. Figure it out for yourself. Read your comics.
Yeah, but
Figure it out.
like I said before, it's the DC, Marvel, and a lot of these other TV shows, they tell you well in advance when they're gonna have stuff come out.
Hi, Papa.
So don't wait until you see a trailer.
That's the worst time to go buying. The worst time.
Figure it out.
Especially if
Don't,
you're like me and you don't have money. That's the worst time.
don't be stupid and figure it out, Liz.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you, Papa, for the nice comments in the backstage. I was reading I just read all the comics.
It cracked me up. It was just a litany of the insults, beautifully delivered too, I might add. Well done.
It was like insult, compliment, insult, compliment.
Mr. Bleeker, could you make me big so I can just riffle through my just as we saw it?
Beautiful.
Oh, yeah. You know, a girl did that cover too, guys. Like, girls can draw too, man.
Ramona Fradon.
Girls can draw? No.
Yeah, there's proof right there.
That's crazy talk.
Here is Metamorpho number 1.
Ooh, baby. Beautiful books. I like Metamorpho's style, you know. Look good.
I like the trade dress on the Metamorpho. It's pretty
cool. I have that one.
Okay, Alan.
I know, right? I channeled my inner Alan.
You're on his show, and then all these you get infected. It's just the way the man operates.
He might have been sick Friday night, but he was in full tear mode, I can tell you. I'll just bring
This one was
hug.
they advertised the hell out of this one in house when it came out. They for every so often when DC would find a book that they wanted to promote in house, they went full tilt on it, and this was one of the ones that they did. I think they liked the weird trapezoid looking monster. Here comes Laughing Boy, you know.
It's a pretty book, yeah. I think ain't this girl coming up soon? No, that ain't it.
It's a tortilla. It's a tamale. No, it's Metamorpho shuffling his atoms again.
You're gonna tell me Marie Severin can draw? Get out of here.
That's my favorite female
Of
artist.
course, she's awesome. Oh, nice. All right, we got some Metamorphos. We got the checkers.
She was
Yeah,
doing her
late
thing.
66 into 67, so you always know. Sacre bleu! Monsieur Metamorpho, he is stealing the Eiffel Tower!
I know people always tell me the name of the checker covers because there's a name for it. I always
Go checks.
Ever
Go-go
since I was
checks.
a little kid, I've called them taxi cab covers. Ever since I was a little kid, I'm like because they reminded me of a taxi cab for some reason.
I call
Like,
them racetrack covers.
like, look at those taxi cab covers.
The winner's flag.
I love Metamorpho though. I mean, every cover you pull out, you never know what you're gonna get.
This is
Like-
hard. This particular book, just like the showcase that has Dr. Fate and Hourman, these green covers just are always damaged. Finding these nice and clean is really hard.
Nice green too. It's really nice.
You can get really creative with him.
He can do anything. He can be anything.
Oh, geez, look how huge Batman's hand is.
Batman looks like he's had some sort of a glandular disorder.
What is going on, Bats?
That's Fat Man.
Bats ate Robin. That's what happened. I think.
Bat Hulk, they say. Bat Hulk.
Oh,
See?
it's Absolute Batman. That's what it is. It's the first appearance of Absolute Batman. That makes sense.
Look below. Batman becomes Bat Hulk. That was sort of. This is really a pretty one. This yellow cover. That's a really This is one you don't really see all that much. He's trapped. He's tangled. He's in total trouble.
Oh man. What's he gonna do?
He's going to solve the problem so he can be in this issue.
He's gonna metamorpho.
He's going to metamorph.
There's the first metamorpho girl right there. So I'm just
Element
checking
Girl.
out. There it goes, Element Girl. Yeah.
There she blows.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's just like they ain't talking about it, but I have a feeling that it could pop up.
I hope Joe Henry appears because we just said his name. Come on,
You have to say it 3 times. How many times do I have to tell you that?
Don't let us down, buddy.
The pulverizing pillbox in one wild chemical switch.
Oh, chemicals in the 60s were a big deal.
Well, in the Batman movie, they dropped the Joker into the I'm your number one guy.
But more dangerous than chemicals.
Yeah, I really like a lot of the Metamorpho covers, especially the label there, like the Metamorpho label.
Trade dress?
It's just so cool. Yeah, the trade dress.
Well, they're so bright, they're vibrant, they're colorful. It looks like a comic book. Like, it really looks like
primary colors. These people, they all have these dark, dank covers. You can hardly make them out. Also, when those Marvels that all had their black on the inside with these dark paintings, that they did, you can't. How do you read them? You can't even make out what they're doing. Thank you, Great Legend.
Legend says great books.
Oh, I like that one. The red is really good on that.
These, and the thing about these books is that if you're careful, they're not horribly expensive to buy, but it's just you have to look a little. Usually there will be several, and sometimes the most expensive one, which is really isn't that expensive, is the best. But a lot of times it's not the most expensive one that has the best color strike.
And every cover is almost a battle cover, so it's not just a pose. You're getting actual like a story with the cover.
There's a story going on.
You almost get this. You get a sneak view into the book, and it's really good.
Look at the Thunderer. Look at this little sawed off dwarf with a red eyeball. It's hokey fun stuff.
That's my only complaint with modern covers. The art's beautiful on most covers, but it's silhouettes. It's a face. It's shoulder and head. It's like busts. It's not like you don't get the fight scenes on the covers anymore.
They took the cartoon out of comics and they
really
made
did.
some bullshit.
It's this artsy fartsy crap. Give us primary colors. I want to look at a funny book.
Well, and too much of it's computer driven. And now, don't get me wrong. I think computer art's very cool. I think drawing on a computer is really cool. But man, give me that old style. Give me that like personal feel. I'll buy that.
I'm always so disappointed when there's a beautiful cover and I open the book up and the art is completely different on the inside. Don't look nothing like the cover.
That's it. You have a cover artist and then you have a story artist. And if you get both at the same time, you have the continuity. But that's exact. Of course, you realize Alex Schomburg, all he did was covers, but the artwork inside was good.
Especially nowadays, Pete Momoko isn't doing any interiors, man. If that's the thing.
By the way, this is Sal Trapani is the artist of this. Sal Trapani. This is a departure. A departure cover for Metamorpho. It's just a different look.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I like it.
It's a black cover, but you see, they do survive as nice as that. There were like at least 3 or 4 that this was the nicest price, but there were several that were this nice, so they are around.
When does she get a chance to write and do her own stuff? Jesus.
This is the last issue.
Great choice. Partial green.
Justice is not blind, freak.
Well, why do they always have her with a bloody blindfold on? Feel like she's probably blind.
Because Justice is supposed to be blind. And this was an AOK from Nate of Hall Yeah Comics.
Oh.
He sent me this foil.
That is shiny.
That looks nice. Yeah.
Isn't that a pip? Okay, there's my Metamorphose.
All
Beautiful.
right. So unlike Alan, who says he's got it, I can actually deliver. And when I say I got it, so here we go. This is the comic that I said I had. Metamorpho number 2.
Very good.
I don't match Alan with the I got it. I've started my own thing with I want it. I want it. Oh, I want it. Oh, I want that one too. Oh, and that one. And I want that one and that one and I want that one.
That's it. That's all I wanted to show.
Nice stuff.
Thank you.
Nice stuff. Wave your hands from left to right. I believe in Joe Henry. He still hasn't shown up. I think he's full of nonsense. We're just not, we don't have enough money for Joe Henry to show up here, buddy. Callie's been showing off cool books at home. We just can't see them. That's good, Callie. That's nice. You can pop on anytime you want, you know. You know where the link is.
All I can do is picture Callie being like, and this is what I got, Bleeker. Yeah,
that's what I picture.
Does his beard grow an inch a day?
Dude, that guy could shave and have a beard the next day. It's ridiculous.
I've never seen anything quite like that. It's impressive as hell.
I know. I'm starting to think he's Amish. I'm not sure, but I'm starting to think.
Or either that, or he's with the Hair Club for Men, and it's working in different areas. There are other anyway.
He's not only a client; he's the president. Dang it all! Oh my God, it's been a minute since I've seen that commercial. Biggie Shack. I wasn't on your show last night, on Friday, because I got home late and yada yada yada, and I was hungry and I ate. But how'd the show go? Who won the? You won the championship again, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm 3-time defending undervalued world champion. Nobody has better undervalued speculation to me. I'm sorry that other people think they can compete and try to battle against me, but you don't
sound sorry to me, Mr. Biggie Shack.
Sounds legit. Sounds legit. I don't know. So basically, nobody can beat Biggie Shack. So you better.
It's been 3 weeks straight. I don't know. My last book was The Bone Claws. I didn't expect to win. I knew it was good. But
who's in your chat though? Is it Legend, Beckerman, and Darth? Because they're always going to vote for you.
Yeah, not one of them were there.
All right. That's interesting.
The actual winning vote was Mr. Cliff on Comics. So.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Were you up against? Was Alan the runner-up?
Alan was close. Yeah, he was runner-up. Hudat was pretty good. Hudat had a couple. I got like 4 votes or 4 or 5. I can't remember. We had a good chat. It bumped up from like 13 to 23 as soon as we started battling.
Nice.
Good.
Nice. Biggie does that every Friday now. Is it every Friday now, Biggie? I think.
Yeah, I go every Friday.
Yeah, it's every Friday now. We do the hunt every other Saturday, which is always fun.
That was an epic battle that Spider Lucha won. I have to say that was an epic battle.
It was a good battle. I was very proud to win that one. Spider Lucha, he's a good dude. He knows what's up.
I love it when Callie's in as your brother, and then you start doing different dialects back and forth. That's a lot of fun.
That's funny how Bleeker brings up Homer voting whenever you're the king of Homer voting.
Amen. No, bud. You.
Yeah, you. Right.
Homer voting. That's good.
Oh.
So when do we? How far out are we from launch?
It's probably my projected dates would be between November and February. November of this year and February of next year.
Fair enough.
I don't know why this isn't doing what it's supposed to do, but we'll figure it out in a second.
The wheel of whirling death.
There we go.
There we are.
Appreciate everybody hanging out. This is a project that Callie and I are working on. with a few other people in the community, the artists. This particular piece of art is done by an actual Dracula. We have covers done by Rad, who is on the panel with us today. Covers done by Austin LeMay, Loke Nugan, Mad Monkey Love. And this is our book, Murder King. The pre-launch is up. If you don't mind, if you haven't, go to the page, type in Murder King, go to the bottom and hit notify me on launch. Right now we got 42 followers waiting for us to launch, which is really awesome. So thank everybody who's already following us, but we'd appreciate it. I'm going to be going to a Comic-Con, not this Friday, but next Friday after. And
is that Niagara?
That'll be the Niagara Falls Comic-Con, yeah. And Loke will be there. He will be displaying the cover that he drew. I don't know if I have a picture of it on the first Kickstarter page.
How large is it? Is it a paint? It's a painting. How big is
Yeah,
it?
it's a painting. It's 11 by 17 or something like that. Like it's
right.
Are you going to go as Crow? You have to do that and have the people. You will be an attractor, and you can give out 8,000 of those barcode doohiccuses or whatever they call those. You know, the looks like Ant Wars. You know, the box that has Ant Wars in it that tells you everything. You know, your genetic information.
Yes, this guy right here.
That's it. That's the sucker.
One of them guys right there. This is the cover that Loke did. It's really awesome. We don't have Rad's cover on the pre-launch page. It is on the actual launch page. We're still working on that page, but this is his piece of art, painted, beautiful. It's awesome. Rad's is awesome. Drac is coming up with one as well. All this art will be for sale on the Kickstarter to help us launch. So yeah, man, check us out, Murder King. It's a cool story. It's a full story. This is the first book in a 6-book arc, and hopefully it does well and launches Side City, man. Like, you know, Murder King, Side City. We got a lot of plans for it. I'm pretty excited about it. So check it out, everybody. I appreciate you.
Well done.
Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate you too. Let's get this out of here. There we go. Boom. Always got to do a little shilling once in a while. Got to sell, man. What's everybody up to this week? Anybody doing anything cool?
No.
The same old, but the same is good. Will be a lot of fun stuff on Monday. I'm not entirely sure what we're going to show. We'll find, dig into the crypt and find various things to show. As far as that goes, at least for me, and of course, I enjoy the Sundays. Is always fun. It's relaxing. It's good. Media tour starting soon too.
Yes, definitely not. Legend, definitely not. We're going to stay far away from that as possible. But yes, we'll be starting a media tour eventually. Hopefully we can get on some people's channels and really get outside of, obviously, people that watch church and only watch biggies or something like that. We're trying to get out everywhere and try and do that. Trying to get on other people's channels. Obviously, we're going to try and get on K-Pops, kicking it with K-Pop and all sorts of things like that. So
Spread the word.
Yeah, we got to spread that word, man. We got to spread the word. And, Drac is on it. He better be right now busy slaving. I have him chained to a desk in the dark. There's one light. I feed him. I water him. No, I don't know what he's doing, but I think he's working pretty hard. So we're looking forward to see what Drac has for us. Pretty exciting stuff, man.
It'll be great.
A major goal is to get the pre-launch to 100 followers. That would be awesome. That would be amazing. Spread the word, not herpes. Agreed, Papa. Don't do that. It's not good. Phil's Treehouse. I'm actually surprised. Are you at home now, Phil? Because Phil was hanging out with K-Pop and Roscoe at the Comic-Con this weekend. They're still there today. Oh, so Phil is not there today. Phil took the day off. Fair enough, Phil. Yeah, I think
What
K-pop.
does Roscoe? What does Roscoe collect? I mean, what is his specialization?
Cartoon books.
Yeah, he likes cartoons. I think his favorite is probably Bob's Burgers or something like that.
Yep.
Stuff like that. He's sort of his art style. I think he likes collecting books like that.
Scotty Young.
Pet Roscoe is at the con. I don't know if you guys all remember.
No.
K-pop did a Pet Roscoe, a My Pet Roscoe, and Phil got it from Comics Curing Cancer. I believe that My Pet Roscoe will be back up again for Comics Curing Cancer. So the idea of the My Pet Roscoe was to have it go to one person, them donate to Comics Curing Cancer. They get to carry that doll around for the year. They get to make photos with it and do whatever they want with it. And then at the end of the year, they give it back to Comics Curing Cancer and it gets redonated. And then the next person can play with the My Pet Roscoe. So I think that's the idea of it. I think that's still the plan. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, that was the plan. I don't know what happened. We were supposed to do a comic auction today for Comics Curing Cancer, but Madam showed up for 5 seconds and then left. And Eddie, the comic guy, didn't show up at all.
That makes it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, so I'm not going to be doing that because I don't have them here to
Do it.
I don't have their books here. I'm not just going to show pictures. I would like it a little better than that. So, Madam, if you want to rearrange for another day to do that, that'd be fine. But we're not going to be doing that today because it seems weird to do it without you guys here. What do you got there, Mr. Steven? Oh, hello.
That's dirty.
This is exclusive variant by Ariel Diaz. Color splash, limited to 250, and this is issue number 45 of 250.
Yeah, don't ask her to do a commission, boy. You never get it.
Boston, you have a story for us? I feel like Boston might have a story.
I asked her to do a commission for me of a Spawn cover, and yeah, that never happened.
Oh, man.
Ariel is a he?
Ariel is a she, and so I asked her to do a commission of Spawn, a head sketch, and I paid her. I went up to her on Friday of the show. She's going to be there all weekend. She said, yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. So I paid her that day. And then came to get it on Sunday. She's like, you know what? I haven't finished it, but I'll take your address and I'll mail it to you. No problem. I said, okay. And that was about 5 years ago. Or something like that. Yeah, it was a while ago. So I guess she's really taking the time to put the work in. I don't know. We'll see. But I was actually very happy to get a blank Spawn #1 just again to have. So I'm like, oh, I have a blank Spawn #1. Perfect. I was just like, I'll get somebody else to do a cover on that. And,
Apparently Beckerman has a sketch from Ariel Diaz, but he's also a sweetheart, according to him.
I was a paying customer, and the next thing I know, it was just... But Beckerman will also tell you that she had gotten herself a pretty bad reputation of doing that. And so, but it seems like a lot of different people, were able to get sketches from her. So I just happened to be the bad guy about it. And I remember I posted in the, I posted in this Facebook group about it. And I said, I've been waiting for, I think it was like 6 months for it or something like that. And I got yelled at by guys like, I'm waiting 4 years for a thing. I'm like, well, that guy stole your money. I was just like, I just figured that, I made an agreement and I would get my books through the mail, like she said. And then she messaged me personally, was like, I didn't mean for this to happen to you, not to you. Like I'm somebody special. Like I just gave you the money to buy
just
it.
give me the piece of art.
Yeah, it's whatever now. I honestly, if I never get it, if I got it, I'd probably be like, yeah, I got this fucking thing. I'd probably sell it. I'm like, I got this thing from this bitch, and she never gave it to me.
Well.
Oh, what do we got here?
Nora clock.
Nora, you a hairdresser? I see. That makes perfect sense. That's pretty awesome. I could use a haircut, Nora. Did you see my luscious locks? I could use a bit of a trim. K-pop. Phil says K-pop crafted it, modeled it after Roscoe. Yes, I'll put it back up for auction at C3 event in October. Very cool. And of course, Callie says we might be able to get more to keep it with Phil. So that's pretty cool too. If you want to donate money to let Phil keep it, that's another interesting way to go about it. Very cool. And that's Comics Curing Cancer. Again, we're supposed to be doing something for Comics Curing Cancer today. That never worked out, but I do want to shed light on that that whole thing. I know that Rob's Fat Stacks. He's the main guy in that. There's Rob, there's Legion, there's DJ Lynx. They all sort of coordinate with the Comics Curing Cancer. And if you want to donate, I know cancer affects everybody, everybody's life, somebody. And if you want to donate to the Cancer Society, you can donate anytime. But if you want to do it during Comics Curing Cancer, it's really cool.
Good way to get cool nerd stuff. And have the money go to a good cause.
Exactly. You get nerd stuff, plus you get stuff go to a good cause, which is really cool. And I think Dr. Von Hoots actually donated a first appearance of Swamp Thing. So it's not a high grade or anything, but it's still pretty awesome. Steven, you're standing there.
Well, I was just showing the colors.
A beautiful shirt with a beautiful shirt.
That's just a good color strike. I just wanted to just show the colors.
Thank you, sir. That's so. It's a good thing. I know people talk about it, and some people whatever. But it's cancer, man. Fuck cancer, as we all like to say. And if you want to donate, that's the best place to do it, in my opinion. Especially being a comic nerd and you're in the community anyway. If you're gonna donate during that time. What else we got going on, guys?
Well, I've shot my bolt for a Sunday.
Yeah, I don't have much. I can't think of anything. The network, come check us out. We're doing Alan picked a Golden Age book this week, so I can't remember the name of it, but I believe it's a Wally Wood cover, and it's a famous robot monster story. So come check us out Wednesday.
For the book club, you guys, Wednesday nights, book club, Big Shack, TM, Alan, D, is that, and you guys
Big Matt.
And Big Matt, yeah, Matt.
Yeah, I gotta figure out what book that is so I could read it. It's coming up pretty soon, so.
I gotta ask you what you're doing with this this top 100 list that we spent fucking weeks, sorry about my language, weeks doing. We almost killed each other. We fought. We bled. We sweated. What are we doing with this list? Are we going to get a full list breakdown? Are we getting pictures? Or is it going to be online somewhere? What's going on with that?
It's funny you bring that up because you got some good timing there. Because just last week I was talking to somebody because each time I tried to make it, I kind of got a little anxious and anxiety going. Alan said he might do a show. He never did it. Dee's said that he might do it. He never done it. So I can't get anybody to really do it. So I went to Psychotron, which has been producing the Monday show for Darth Lopez. Mm-hmm. And he said that he wanted to do something that had nothing to do with drama. And I offered it to him, and he said he'll work on it for me. So maybe Psychotron will be the ultimate answer to the top 100. I don't know if he'll be able to recognize some of the covers that are on the list, so I might have to help him a little bit, but he said he'd do it, so we'll see.
Well, that's cool. He's very into computery things. He loves doing that sort of thing.
Yep.
Oh, I'm not sure who we lost and who we've gained. I know we got a new rad.
Am I back?
Yep, you're back. There you go.
Okay.
Your old one I got rid of because I didn't think it was you anymore because there were two of you. So you are that. This is the real rad, apparently.
I am back.
The other one was the real rad too. He just lost. I don't know.
It was a multiversal situation.
That is fair. Anybody seen any movies?
I'm gonna go see Mission Impossible this weekend.
Nice.
That's this weekend. Cool. Yeah, I want to see it. I watched a TV show on Apple called Murderbot.
Okay.
It's
Oh,
pretty good.
that came out, did it? I remember watching a trailer. That's with one of the Skarsgård.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty funny. He's like a robot that breaks his code that makes it where he becomes free, and he names himself Murderbot. He's gonna plan on killing everybody and just taking off. But he's like doing it slowly. He's waiting for the right time. Everybody's messing with him, like treating him like a crappy robot. Like it's funny.
Yeah,
But,
I think I sent Phil a trailer. Did I send you the trailer too for it?
My only
I remember I
problem,
sent a few people the trailer to Murderbot.
you might have. My only problem with it is it's short. It's they're like 30 minute episodes.
Okay.
What is it? Love Death and Robots is like, right?
Yeah, I watched up to episode 4 of Love, Death, and Robots. There's one called Spider. The very first one is a music video of Red Hot Chili Peppers, but they're like string puppets.
I enjoyed Love, Death, and Robots. I like the fact that they were different styles of cartooning for
The first one was just a music video, but then like episode 3 or 4, I think it's called Spider Rose. That's a really good one.
I watched 1960s version of the Alamo last night. I don't know.
John Wayne?
Yeah, the John Wayne one, and I was like, this is awesome. Reminded me of when I was a kid. And then I watched the newer one because I watched 2 Alamos yesterday. I decided that yesterday I was going to unplug and just watch movies. And I did. I watched Alamo, and I didn't regret any of it.
I just downloaded. I haven't watched it yet, but I think it's based on a comic book, but it's called Eternaut. I don't know how to say it.
Okay.
It's on Netflix, but it's like 6 episodes, and it's like
You know what
I
it's
think it's like post-apocalyptic, kind of looks like Russians. I don't know. It was weird.
Damn right. Remember the Alamo.
Lilo and Stitch this weekend. You have kids or nephews, nieces, grandchildren. Lilo and Stitch.
Oh, is that the new one's coming out this weekend or something?
Yes. That's why I said maybe a week ago. I think it might have been on this show. It might have been on graphic content. I was talking about which movie will win the weekend. Will it be Lilo and Stitch or will it be Mission Impossible?
Yeah,
It might be Lilo and Stitch. Lilo and Stitch
Yeah.
has the kid power, so multiple viewings with kids as
Not even
well.
the kid power, it's the kids who are adults' power too. Because
Yeah, that's true.
years ago.
I think I was like 9 or 10 when Lilo and Stitch first came out.
So you're gonna see kids go see it. People.
There's
think
no
the kids
basement
are
in the Alamo.
Yeah, Lilo and Stitch got by me. I watched almost all of the Disney stuff, but I didn't watch Lilo and Stitch. I think I was busy when that was coming out. I was busy being a terrible human being and doing a lot of drinking.
I
So
have 2 daughters, so I definitely have watched all the Disney stuff.
I don't know what it even. Yeah, I watch most of it. There's a few things that I don't watch that are Disney, but for the most part, I watch all the cartoons that come out and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Ever since they came out with what was it, the Beauty and the Beast movie, these movies are big deal. So you watch them; they're fun. I don't like the cartooning they do as much anymore. Like I'm not a huge fan of the Pixar style, but it's all right.
I was not out drinking at 10 years old, so I did watch Lilo.
Well, you should have been TM, not with that attitude you weren't. Jesus. You gotta try harder, buddy.
My daughter's favorite movie is Finding Nemo.
I think I was a little older for that one, but I do remember liking it. But I remember when it first came out, like everybody was like, and it was the same thing with
You would
when
watch
Cars
Finding.
came out and
Yeah,
that.
she would watch Finding Nemo and Jim Carrey's The Grinch That Stole Christmas.
Oh yeah.
My daughter
She would
hated
watch that on
eventually.
repeat year round.
Dude, Jim Carrey was creepy. She did not like that.
For the longest time, I did watch like the Santa Claus movie on repeat a lot every year. It's like one of my
Santa Claus I watch every year. I still watch it every year. I go through like, you know, Christmas I watch Christmas movies. Easter I still watch Ben-Hur, and there's another one that I usually watch around Easter. So like, yeah, the
Ten Commandments is probably
Ten
the other
Commandments. That's right. That's exactly it. The 10 Commandments. First, not only because it's religious and it goes with the time period, but it's those movies are something to behold. To think that they made those movies, like the filming, the sets, they're just, it's really something to watch that stuff.
Do you know the stunt coordinator for for Ben-Hur for the race scene was Yakima Canute. He was a Canadian, and he did a lot of and was looked pretty much like John Wayne. And in some of the early John Wayne movies, when there would be stunts and stuff, they called him Yak Canute, he was I guess quite a character. But anyway, Charlton Heston is going to go up against Stephen Boyd, you know,
Yes.
on the race.
Yes.
And the Dolphins' heads turn and all this jazz. Well, anyway, he says, how in the hell am I gonna? He says, I've never been in a chariot, and I mean, what the hell am I gonna do? And he says, and then Yak came over and he says, I'll tell you what, Chuck, no matter what happens, I guarantee you're gonna be coming across the finish line first. So, you know, it's just that whole race scene, and of course, Masala gets dragged behind the horses, and then they comes to him after, and he's just chewed to pieces, and they have to lop him up and all this stuff. He says, I won't see him if I'm not a whole man. And then he says, look for your mother and sister at the Valley of the Leper, you know, and all this other stuff. It is so powerful, that movie. And then it really is something. It is truly something to behold.
What they're trying to say, the way they film it, the relationships in the movie, very powerful stuff. You're absolutely right.
If you get a chance, if you like Ben-Hur, have you seen the Ramon Navarro silent of Ben-Hur?
No, I don't think I have actually. No.
They have the same. I think it's the same stadium where they have the race, and it's the guy Ramon Navarro, who had kind of a high squeaky voice. He didn't really translate to the talkies very well, but he plays Ben-Hur, and in the silent they have the scene where the mother is hiding in the bushes when Ben-Hur comes home, and she doesn't want him to see her. He can't see her, and he sees her and he wants to embrace her, and she kisses the bottom of his foot because she doesn't want to she's leprous and she doesn't want to touch anything. It's the most incredibly powerful.
I think I've seen that, Stephen.
It's an incredibly powerful.
Oh no, I think I have seen that.
It really is something else.
You just unlocked the core memory. I'm like, hold on, I feel like I've seen this. Oh no. Yes.
Right, Inside Out 3.
Yeah, you definitely unlocked something in there. But I love cinema. I'm a huge fan of movies.
Me too.
I hope the Odyssey is good with Christopher Nolan.
Me too, dude.
It's supposed to be the first movie fully shot in IMAX.
That's interesting.
Is it going to actually be on location for it, or is it going to be all CGI?
Yeah, they are on location.
Because if they are actually over there in the whatever it is in the Aegean Sea or whatever, and where the sirens were and all that other good stuff.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. I watched a historian look at it, and he said, yeah, they're actually filming like near the islands and the ocean where it all took place and all.
Okay. I will say that the Kirk Douglas version of it is pretty good. I mean, I don't think that it's not the greatest thing ever, but it's a great story anyway.
The historian's only complaint was that the costumes didn't look right.
Yeah, that's always going to be a historian's complaint.
Well, can you imagine the actual
weren't
costumes
wearing-
that would have been in the day would have been pretty darn drab.
They
I would
weren't
say.
wearing real horse hair. I can't believe they didn't wear real horse hair in that movie. What a lame movie. I'm like, stop it.
Where are the bones and teeth that we're
Yeah.
supposed to? All right.
Just stop it, people. Still rocking, of course, Matt. We're still rocking, buddy. We are gonna probably start getting out of here soon, though. So maybe we'll go around the horn and see what everybody's doing this week. See what they got planned. See what they're doing on their channels. See what they want to promote. Let's start with good old Boston Chris, since he looks like he's watching TV.
Oh, I'm not watching TV. I'm just. Other than the hunt on Saturday, I don't really think I have anything else really going on this week. I don't know if we're going to do a graphic content, 'cause I think that Hooded has the convention this week, so
Oh,
I don't know if we're going to do that. Huh?
We can do one this week. I don't have, the convention's next weekend.
Oh, next week.
Not,
All right.
not next weekend. 2 weeks from now. 2 weeks from now.
Oh, 2 weeks from now. All right. Well, then I'm all off. So anyway, yeah. So, all right. So we'll do a graphic content, and then also on Saturday, the hunt, and that's all I have.
No, Callie, we've.
Uh-oh. That sounds like a freeze.
My real dad. You're not my real dad. What's going on here? Why can't I do anything? All right. There we go.
Just keep pushing buttons until something happens. That's
I
my
know.
mantra.
I know. Mr. Steven, what do you got going on with yourself this week?
It will be more of the same. I will be on with Alan tomorrow on our Monday special. And then on Friday, it will be the Friday hangout with the Merry Men. And of course, Sunday is I'm here and enjoying church with all of you. And I may be dragooned into some other thing of which at this point I am unaware, but those things for sure. But it's a pleasure always to be here.
I love that you hang out with us, Steven. I really appreciate it, my friend. And that is Steven. He's awesome. Check him out. Mondays and Fridays, great shows. Good chat interaction, really fun stuff. Mr. Who Comics, what do you got going on, my man?
Yes, sir. So we have probably gonna do graphic content this week. We got the hunt Saturday. Band of Brothers. Literally this week because it's
This
Saturday.
week, wow, yeah.
So we got Band of Brothers auction. I'll be there for at least a couple of rounds. I know for a fact I have to wake up like at 3 the next day, but so I'll be there for a couple of rounds. But definitely check out the Band of Brothers. You see a lot of us on there. Tonight I'll be on Astonishing Auction selling some of the Fantastic Collection books that I have. Also some other books. So I'll be there for at least a couple of rounds as well doing that. I'll have a very, very big unboxing this week. And it's not the CDC books I have coming back. It's a couple of books. I got one from an IG sale, and then not one. 2 books from an IG sale, and 2 books from an auction house that I have to keep to myself because the deals on there is ridiculous. That's all I'll say. It's basically I end up winning 2 books, and then the price of one of the books equals both of the books' price. So I end up getting like a buy one get one free. Yeah, that's how it was. I didn't believe I was going to win that lot, but guess what? Yeah, nobody follows them for comic books.
Good things happen to good people. Good things happen to good people. Who that? That's all.
So I got all that going on, but yeah, definitely Band of Brothers. Check us out, man. We like to have a lot of fun and give great deals. I kind of like to see us do what we do on there because it's a lot of times it's like half of the price of what stuff might sell on eBay. Yeah, so definitely come check out, hang out with the guys, Band of Brothers. That's about it, man. Hopefully everybody will see everybody who's here, and that next weekend.
We got Bobby Delgado joining us. He wants to show something off because he wants
Hey
to.
everybody.
And I want to let him.
Happy Church Day. Yeah, man. Shit, how can I do this here? I've been working on this the last couple of days. Yeah, it's can you see that?
Oh, you got one of the Elon's cars.
Awesome, dude. Oh, God, it moves. That's so good. Is that Trump with his face ripped off in the front there? What's happening there?
Well, I'm not putting names on it, but if you think
That's funny though with the Elon car. That is hilarious.
That is amazing.
The Cybertruck.
Dude, that's wicked, man. I love that.
I've been working on that one, man, the last couple of days. Yeah, I was up late last night working on that. Yeah, it come together pretty good. When I started, I didn't have a plan, but I had concepts of a plan. So yeah, I'm glad it worked out.
It looks great, dude. It looks so good. That's fun. That's super fun. That's great. TM, what do you got going on with yourself this week, my man?
As mentioned earlier, I was over on Alan's channel. I made him wait a year, but I finally made it over there, and he interviewed me. Over on what's that?
That's nice of you.
Yeah, right. Over on Biggie Shaq's channel, like all the time, 2 to 4, top 5 big commandments, CBC Awards guys, best speculating channel.
You better put some respect on that. That's a network, sir. That's not a channel.
Yeah, that's a network. Sorry, I'm part of the network. 2 to 4. Then I don't remember the book. I have to hit up Alan again. I forget the name of the book that we were reviewing on Wednesday. And then over on Biggie's channel for Collector Club on Friday. But I'm also doing a video. Going to be movies that it's going to be a long video because I made a list of the movies that I'm excited for, and there's 16 of them. So I'm doing a video called Movies I'm Excited for This Year, 2025. That'll hopefully come out before Friday because Mission Impossible's on that list, and that drops on Friday. So
basically, like every movie. I don't know if you know this about yourself, TM, but you like everything.
most things, yeah.
I'm excited for the whole year. That's it.
We have it good this year, though. We really do. We really have it good, and that's not even including TV shows, which I'm probably going to do a separate video for. And then I will be going live probably next Saturday because I have a few unboxings. I have a package from Rad that's coming in on Thursday. I have a package from Chonko, and who knows what else will come in. I think Nick, Comic Culture, has a package on the way for me too. So I'll just be doing unboxings that day and just talking about random shit that I've watched and probably Mission Impossible.
That sounds lovely. We got Heroes for Hire Club on. How you doing, brother? Good to see you, man. Mr. Biggie Shaq.
I want to come on and say hello real quick.
Yeah, of course, my friend. Biggie Shaq, what do you got going on with yourself this week?
Well, pretty much everything TM said that involved me is also what I'm doing. And we got Sickotron working on the top 100. Not sure when that's coming, but he's going to make it to where I can present it on my channel, which will be pretty sweet. And I'm working on this new show that we did yesterday called Saturday Flatter Day, where we basically flatter different community members and flatter them. So all types of fun things going on the network. Everybody's usually involved unless you have the wrong genitalia.
That's fair.
Oh shit. What?
Someone's trying to get in. The studio's full right now. Sorry, there's
Here, I'll jump. I'll jump and let them come in.
You take it off, Steven. That's Steven.
I will see you guys. Nice to see everybody.
Yeah, I love you, bro.
Love you, Stefo. Good to see you, brother.
See you guys.
Later, step up.
Okay, now you can jump on if whoever's trying to jump in. Who's Animal Man? Yeah, TM hates Animal Man.
Yeah.
Probably hates this, I would imagine. Probably can't stand that.
Whoa, what the heck, man? What are you doing with that?
You probably don't like it, eh? It's
Oh,
probably
I love it. Dude,
sucks.
a 5.5. That's a great cover.
Yeah, it is a really good cover, actually.
I just don't like when they call him A-Man. I don't like that.
Hey, man, relax.
Just a soup.
And we got Papa Wheelie Lives, maybe lip sync, Sweet Chin Music on Thursday. He does the Sweet Chin Music with Biggie Shaq, Boston Chris, Beckerman, and D. They come out of it unscathed, talking about wrestling. It's a great show. I like to watch it because I like getting caught up on the wrestling news. Being a fan of wrestling when I was a kid, there's a large portion of my life where I didn't watch wrestling. And watching these guys, it helps you get caught up. It helps you see what's going on, what's happened, who they like, what's going on, storylines. It's pretty cool. So check out Papa Wheelie. He's always doing a good job on his channel as well. Mr. Heroes, what do you got coming up with yourself this week?
Well, tonight this evening at 6 p.m. I got two giveaways. I'm gonna give away 10 books, then the big one's 20 for about 400 subscriber giveaway. So I got
400 subscribers. Boom.
Well, I'm giving that away.
Little Mark Spears action. Bang.
This is the first giveaway.
What's Potasio?
All right. Look at these. These are nice books, buddy.
A guy that's most knowledgeable about New Warriors and Speedball is backstage.
Oh, geez Louise.
It's only for subscribers, though. If you're subscribed for like 5 minutes, you can comment. So I got some Batman in there.
Do you have to be a member of the channel? Is it like a giveaway where you have to do something?
Just a subscriber.
Show up and be nice.
Crisis book.
Yeah.
If you don't have Crisis in your collection, you're making a mistake.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I already have them, so I'm giving. I have that full
I
copy
see
of that
you
one.
there, buddy.
So
I like that one. I have that one.
So like, I don't know what value it is.
Nice.
Okay.
Callie says some great.
We got this one in here. I'm crazy. I'm giving that away. So.
Oh, first fight between Wolvie and Sabretooth.
Yo.
Beautiful stuff, man. Beautiful stuff. Look at these giveaways. Go check out Heroes for Hire Comic Club at 6 o'clock tonight.
And one more, and I'll quit. I got some Adam Hughes.
Oh, you're good, brother. You're good. Nice. We're gonna add Beckerman to the stage. There he is.
I forgot to say, we got my giveaway too at the end of the month. And
yeah, and who that's and I usually publicize that one because Who Dat's giveaways are something to behold. So go check out Who Dat as well. Become a channel member. I think what is the lowest tier? $2, $1.99 or something like that.
Yeah, $2.
$2. Become a channel member, and you get like some killer books, man. His last two giveaways have been outrageous. Mr. Norin, what do you got going on with yourself? Or Mr. Rad, sorry. No more Norin. Screw the Norin part. Sorry about that.
Mr. Rad, good. I'll just shout out Search. I'm here every Sunday. And I'm going to also shout out Fish Cat Collectibles. He's doing a giveaway for Black Adam statue. And all you got to do is subscribe.
Okay, that's cool.
It's a really cool statue.
And who is
not a lot of channel giveaway statues.
Yeah,
he was in the chat earlier.
Oh, that's cool. That's very cool.
Fish Cat Collectibles.
Oh, Fish Cat. Yeah. He works at the he works like as a inmate, as a prison guard.
Yeah.
It's an inmate.
They let him out on weekends.
You know, my dad had that job for 19 years.
Yeah, my dad had that job too, buddy. That's fair. All right, we got Bobby, what do you got going on besides your awesome cover that you did, which I'm super, super stoked to see. That was so cool, dude.
Thanks, man. Yeah, no, I'm just laying low and gonna hang with the Kansas City crew. You know, whatever they're gonna do, I want to hang with them guys.
Oh, I got a job for you, Bobby. We need to talk.
There we go, man. Hero for hire. That's me, man. No offense, man.
I got to hang out.
None taken.
I got to hang out with the Kansas City crew last week. Actually, I was at the wrestling event, and it was awesome. We were all in the front and second row. Beckerman was making his way around talking to us all. Okay, so I wasn't actually in Kansas City, but I did watch the wrestling, and they're all there, and it's awesome to see. And Beckerman, I thank you for getting that.
That's a good show. Did you watch the whole?
Dude, it was I literally was up till 1:15 in the morning watching that fucking show. It was really good. It was like, I was like, if they had like some lights and some like, I don't know, some cool shit, it would be a real wrestling. Like, it was awesome, man. I was very, very happy with it.
There were some really good matches in there.
Yeah, there was. There definitely was. I still am a little weirded out by Kansas City's favorite twink. I don't know all about all that nonsense, but you know what?
Yeah, good old Anakin Murphy.
Yeah, he's a good wrestler. But I don't know about that whole favorite twink thing.
I
but
still
hey,
think it's funny that Legend worked with his aunt.
that's hilarious, dude.
I don't know if you know that story, but Great Legend worked at the library with Anakin Murphy's aunt. So he's like, "Do you know this wrestler named Anakin Murphy? He works in Missouri." I was like, "Oh, we know Anakin Murphy."
Yeah, we sure do. He's like a hardcore dude, and he's thin, but he can
Very
go.
thin.
Man. He can go, and it's fun to watch. But I'm very appreciative. What's the name of the promotion again, Beckerman?
Fountain City Pro.
Fountain City Pro. They are on YouTube. I follow them. I think it's awesome. Basically, why I follow them, besides the fun wrestling, it's like hanging out with Beckerman and the boys in the front row. It's pretty cool. You get to see Joe. Yeah, you get to see. You get to see everybody, man. You get to see Bobby. You get to see
Brother Joe.
Brother Joe and his dog. Like those. How many people went up to pet the dog, for Pete's sake? They just get some good luck from the old dog. It was awesome, man. It's pretty cool. So that was fun. Of course, you can catch. Don't forget to look at Murder King on Kickstarter for me. It's important to me. And Callie, I appreciate you guys for doing that. Hit the reminder button at the bottom of the page. Says notify me when we launch. It's coming.
Well, I'll be the first backer.
You know what? I believe you will be. Because you're a real friend, Beckerman. You're a real friend.
No, get the hell out of here.
That's what real friends do. They back things first, like, the shift and things like that. And so check that out. Check us out here every Sunday for church. Hopefully we can get Madam and Eddie on the same page to see about this whole auction thing, because she contacted me yesterday to ask me if we could do this, and I was like, yeah, sure, no problem. And then I don't know what the fuck's going on, so
let me know when they do that, bro, because I like to get in on that one.
Absolutely, Bobby. And when that really does happen, and if anybody wants to auction anything off for Comics Curing Cancer, we can all. I have no problem doing it here. That's what church is for.
A Delegato original?
I know that's some super cool originals, man. What else we got going on? I think that's it for me, pretty much. The Hunt, Biggie Shack show. I'm usually on there every Friday. The network. That's about it. Anything else, Beckerman? You got Tuesdays. Don't worry about it. You got Tuesdays the Hucklebuck, one of my favorite shows to watch. Beckerman's on it. It's fan-friggin-tastic. I wake up every Tuesday, rip around to go to work. Not really, but that show helps me get out of bed, and I watch these two fools have a great show, and it's awesome. It's usually about 10 minutes long. It's really fun.
Alan dyed his beard, and I didn't realize it until we were recording.
Oh, I know.
That was real. Like, I know Biggie was like, "Did you not notice it before?" I was like, "I did not." I started staring at him as we were talking, and the recording had started, and I was like, "This motherfucker." Sorry, I don't know if I'm not supposed to swear there.
No, you're good. You're good. You're fine. Yeah. All right, man. Let's get out of here.